the Panclas in such a way that he may not attain to regions earned by persons slain with weapons. Put on your coats of mail without delay, and take your bows and swords, and wait for me here, ye foremost of car warrior and scorchers of foes. Having said these words, Ashvatthama got upon his car and set out towards the direction of the enemy. Then Kripa, O king, and Kritavarma of the Satvata race, both followed him. While the three proceeded against the enemy, they shone like three blazing fires in a sacrifice, fed with libations of clarified butter. They proceeded, O Lord, towards the camp of the Panclas, within which everybody was asleep. Having approached the gate, Drona's son, that mighty car warrior, stopped. 6. Dhritarashtra said, seeing Drona's son stop at the gate of the encampment, "What, O Sanjaya, did those two mighty car warriors, Kripa and Kritavarma, do? Tell me this." Sanjaya said, inviting Kritavarma, as also the mighty car warrior Kripa, Drona's son, filled with rage, approached the gate of the camp. He there beheld a being of gigantic frame, capable of making the very hair stand on end, and possessed of the effulgence of the sun or the moon, guarding the entrance. Round his loins was a tiger's skin dripping with blood, and he had a black deer for his upper garment. He had for his sacred thread a large snake. His arms were long and massive and held many kinds of uplifted weapons. He had for his angardas a large snake wound round his upper arm. His mouth seemed to blaze with flames of fire. His teeth made his face terrible to behold. His mouth was open and dreadful. His face was adorned with thousands of beautiful eyes. His body was incapable of being described, as also his attire. The very mountains, upon beholding him, would split into 1,000 fragments. Blazing flames of fire seemed to issue from his mouth and nose and ears and all those thousands of eyes. From those blazing flames hundreds and thousands of Rishikshas issued, armed with kumchs and discs and maces. Beholding that extraordinary being capable of inspiring the whole world with terror, Drona's son, without feeling any agitation, covered him with showers of celestial weapons. That being, however, devoured all those shafts shot by Drona's son. Like the Vadava fire devouring the waters of the ocean, that being devoured the shafts sped by the son of Drona. Beholding his arrowy showers prove fruitless, Ashvatthama hurled at him a long dart blazing like a flame of fire. That dart of blazing point, striking against that being, broke into pieces like a huge meteor at the end of the yuga, breaking and falling down from the firmament after striking against the Sunday. Ashvatthama then, without losing a moment, drew from its sheath an excellent scimitar of the colour of the sky and endued with a golden hilt. The scimitar came out like a blazing snake from its hole. The intelligent son of Drona then hurled that excellent scimitar at that being. The weapon, approaching that being, disappeared within his body like a mongoose disappearing in its hole. Filled with rage, the son of Drona then hurled a blazing mace of the proportions of a pole set up in honor of Indra. The being devoured that mace also. At last, when all his weapons were exhausted, Ashvatthama, casting his eyes round, beheld the whole firmament densely crowded with images of Janardana, Drona's son, divested of weapons, beholding that wonderful sight, recollected the words of Kripa, and turning pale with grief, said, "He that listens not to the beneficial words of advising friends is obliged to repent, being overwhelmed with calamity, even as my foolish self for having disregarded my two well-wishers. That fool who, disregarding the way pointed out by the scriptures, seeketh to slay his enemies, falleth off from the path of righteousness and is lost in the trackless wilderness of sin. One should not cast weapons upon kine, brahmanas, kings, women, friends, one's own mother, one's own preceptor, a weak man, an idiot, a blind man, a sleeping man, a terrified man, one just arisen from sleep, an intoxicated person, a lunatic, and one that is heedless. The preceptors of old always inculcated this truth upon men. I have, however, by disregarding the eternal way pointed out by the Scriptures, and by essaying to tread in a wrong path, fallen into terrible distress. The wise have called that to be a terrible calamity when one falls back, through fear, from a great feat after having essayed to achieve it. I am unable, by putting forth only my skill and might, to achieve that which I have vowed. Human exertion is never regarded more efficacious than destiny. If any human action that is commenced does not succeed through destiny, the actor becomes like one who, falling off from the path of righteousness, is lost in the wilderness of sin. The sages speak of defeat as foolishness when one, having commenced an act, swerves from it through fear. In consequence of the wickedness of my essay, this great calamity has come upon me. Otherwise Drona's son would never have been forced to hold back from battle. This being, again, whom I see before me, is most wonderful. He stands like the uplifted rod of divine chastisement. Reflecting even deeply, I cannot recognize who this being is. Without doubt, that being is the terrible fruit of this sinful determination of mine that I had essayed to achieve unrighteously. He standeth fit for baffling that determination. It seems, therefore, that in my case this falling off from fight had been ordained by destiny. It is not for me to exert for the accomplishment of this my purpose unless destiny becomes favorable. I shall, therefore, at this hour, seek the protection of the puissant Mahadeva. He will dispel this dreadful rod of divine chastisement uplifted before me. I will take the shelter of that God, that source of everything beneficial, the Lord of otherwise called Capardin, decked with a garland of human skulls, that plucker of Bhaga's eyes called also Rudra and Hara. In ascetic austerities and prowess, he far surpasses all the gods. I shall, therefore, seek the protection of Girisha armed with a trident. 7. Sanjaya said, the son of Drona, O monarch, having reflected thus, descended from the terrace of his car and stood, bending his head unto that supreme God. And he said, I seek the protection of him called Yagra, Stanu, Shiva, Rudra, Shava, Ishana, Ishvara, Girisha, and of that boon-giving God who is the Creator and Lord of the universe, of him whose throat is blue, who is without birth, who is called Chakra, who destroyed the sacrifice of Dakshor, and who is called Hara, of him whose form is the universe, who hath 3 eyes, who is possessed of multifarious forms, and who is the Lord of him who resides in crematoriums, who swells with energy, who is the Lord of diverse tribes of ghostly beings, and who is the possessor of undecaying prosperity and power, of him who wields the skull-topped club, who is called Rudra, who bears matted locks on his head, and who is a Brahmachari. Purifying my soul that is so difficult to purify, and possessed as I am of small energy, I adore the destroyer of the triple city, and offer myself as the victim. Him thou hast been, deserving art thou of hymns, and I hymn to thy glory. Thy purposes are never baffled. Thou art robed in skins, thou hast red hair on thy head, thou art blue-throated, thou art unbearable, thou art irresistible. Thou art pure, thou art the creator of Brahman, thou art Brahma, thou art a Brahmachari, thou art an observer of vows, thou art devoted to ascetic austerities, thou art infinite, thou art the refuge of all ascetics, thou art multiform, thou art the leader of diverse tribes of ghostly beings, thou art 3-eyed, thou art fond of those beings called companions, thou art always seen by the Lord of treasures, thou art dear to Gauri's heart, thou art the sire of Kumara, thou art tawny, thou hast for thy excellent bearer a bovine bull, thou art robed in a subtle attire, thou art most fierce, thou art eager to adorn him, Thou art higher than all that is high, thou art higher than everything, there is nothing higher than thou. Thou art the wielder of weapons, thou art immeasurable, and thou art the protector of all quarters. Thou art cased in golden armor, thou art divine, thou hast the moon as an ornament on thy brow. With concentrated attention, I seek thy protection, O God. For success in getting over this dreadful distress that is so difficult to get over, I sacrifice unto thee, the purest of the pure, offering for thy acceptance the 5 elements of which my body is composed. Knowing this to be his resolution in consequence of his desire to accomplish his object, a golden altar appeared before the high-souled son of Drona. Upon the altar, O king, appeared a blazing fire, filling all the points of the compass, cardinal and subsidiary, with its splendor. Many mighty beings also, of blazing mouths and eyes, of many feet, heads, and arms, adorned with angardas set with gems, and with uplifted arms, and looking like elephants and mountains, appeared there. Their faces resembled those of hares and boars and camels and horses and jackals and cows and bears and cats and tigers and pards and crows and apes and parrots. And the faces of some were like those of mighty snakes, and others had faces like those of ducks. And all of them were endued with great effulgence. And the faces of some were like those of woodpeckers and jays, O Bharata, and of tortoises and alligators and porpoises and huge sharks and whales, and of lions and cranes and pigeons and elephants and stags. Some had faces like those of ravens and hawks, some had ears on their hands, some had 1,000 eyes, some had very large stomachs, and some had no flesh, O Bharata. And some, O king, had no heads, and some, O Bharata, had faces like those of bears. The eyes of some were like fire, and some had fiery complexions. The hair on the heads and bodies of some were blazing, and some had 4 arms, and some, O king, had faces like those of sheep and goats. The colour of some was like that of gunchs, and some had faces that resembled gunchs, and the ears of some were like gunchs. Some wore garlands made of gunchs, and the voices of some resembled the blare of gunchs. Some had matted locks on their heads, and some had 5 tufts of hair, and some had heads that were bald. Some had lean stomachs, some had 4 teeth, some had 4 tongues, some had ears straight as arrows, and some had diadems on their brows. Some had strings of grass on their bodies, O monarch, and some had curly hair. Some had headgears made of cloth, some had coronets, some had beautiful faces, and some were adorned with ornaments. Some had ornaments made of lotuses, and some were decked with flowers. They numbered in hundreds and thousands. Some were armed with shaitagnis, some with thunder, and some had mashhalas in their hands. Some had bashundis, some had nooses, and some had maces in their hands, O Bharata. On the backs of some were slung quivers containing excellent shafts, and all were fierce in battle. Some had standards with banners and bells, and some were armed with battle-axes. Some had large nooses in their uplifted arms, and some had clubs and bludgeons. Some had stout posts in their hands, some had scimitars, and some had snakes with erect heads for their diadems. Some had large snakes, wound round their upper arms, for angardas, and some had beautiful ornaments on their persons. Some were begrimed with dust, some smutted with mire, and all were attired in white robes and white garments. The limbs of some were blue, while others had limbs that were tawny, and some there were that were beardless. Those beings, called companions, possessed of golden complexions, and filled with joy, played upon drums and horns and cymbals and jarjaras and anakas and gomakas. And some sang and some danced about uttering loud sounds, and some leapt forward and cut capers and jumped sideways. Endued with great fleetness, they ran about most fiercely, the hair on their heads waving in the air, like huge elephants infuriated with passion and frequently uttering loud roars. Terrible, and of the frightful mien, and armed with lances and battle-axes. They were attired in robes of diverse hues and decked with beautiful garlands and unguents, adorned with angardas decked with gems, and with uplifted arms. They were endued with great courage, capable of forcibly slaying all foes. They were irresistible in prowess, drinkers of blood and fat and other animal matter. They subsisted on the flesh and entrails of animals. Some had their locks tied in tall tufts above their heads. Some had single tufts on their heads. Some had rings on their ears, and some had stomachs resembling earthen vessels used for cooking. Some were of very short statures, and some were very high in stature. Some were tall and very fierce. Some had grim features, some had long lips, and the genital limbs of some were very long. Some had costly and diverse kinds of crowns upon their heads, and some had bald heads, and the heads of others were covered with matted locks. They were capable of bringing down the firmament with the sun, moon, and stars on earth, and exterminating the four orders of created things. They know not what it is to fear, and are capable of enduring the frowns of horror. They always act as they like, and are the lords of the three worlds. Always engaged in merry sports, they are thorough masters of speech and are perfectly free from pride. Having obtained the 8 kinds of divine attributes, they are never related with pride. The divine horror is always filled with wonder at their feats. They are devout worshippers of Mahadeva, adored by them in thought, word, and deed. The great God protects those worshippers of his, looking upon them, in thought, word, and deed as children of his own loins. Filled with rage, they always drink the blood and fat of all haters of Brahma. They always drink also the soma juice endued with 4 kinds of taste. Having adored the trident-bearing God with Vedic recitations, with Brahmacharya, with austerities, and with self-restraint, they have obtained the companionship of Bhava, the divine Maheshvara, that Lord of the past, the present, and the future, as also Parvati, eat with those diverse tribes of mighty beings that partake of their own nature, causing the universe to resound with the peal of diverse kinds of instruments, with noise of laughter, with loud sounds and shrieks and leonine roar. They approach Ashvatthama, uttering the praises of Mahadeva and spreading an effulgent light all around, desirous of enhancing the honor of Ashvatthama and the glory of the high Sultara, and wishing to ascertain the extent of Ashvatthama's energy, and desirous also of beholding the slaughter during the hour of sleep, armed with terrible and fierce bludgeons and fiery wheels and battle-axes. That crowd of strange beings, endued with terrible forms, came from every side. They were capable of inspiring the 3 worlds with dread at their sight. The mighty Ashvatthama, however, beholding them, felt no fear. Drona's son, armed with bow, and with fingers cased in fences made of iguana skins, himself offered up his own self as a victim unto Mahadeva. Bows were the fuel, and sharp shafts were the ladles, and his own soul possessed of great might was the libation, O Bharata, in that act of sacrifice. The valiant and wrathful son of Drona then, with propitiating mantras, offered up his own soul as the victim. Having with fierce rites adored Rudra of fierce deeds, Ashvatthama with joined hands, said these words unto that high-souled God. Ashvatthama said, sprung from Angirasa's line, I am about to pour my soul, O God, as a libation on this fire. Accept, O Lord, this victim. In this hour of distress, O soul of the universe, I offer up my own self as the sacrificial victim, from devotion to thee and with heart concentrated in meditation. All creatures are in thee and thou art in all creatures. Assemblage of all high attributes occur in thee. O Lord, O thou art the refuge of all creatures. I wait as a libation for thee, since I am unable to vanquish my foes. Accept me, O God." Having said these words, Drona's son, ascending that sacrificial altar on which a fire blazed brightly, offered himself up as the victim and entered that blazing fire. Beholding him stand immovable and with uplifted hands, and as an offering up to himself, the divine Mahadeva appeared in person and smilingly said, "With truth, purity, sincerity, resignation, ascetic austerities, vows, forgiveness, devotion, patience, thought, and word, I have been duly adored by Krishna of pure deeds. For this there is none dearer to me than Krishna. For honoring him and at his word I have protected the Bankalas and displayed diverse kinds of illusion. By protecting the Bankalas I have honored him. They have, however, been afflicted by time. The period of their lives hath run out." Having said these words unto the high-souled Ashvatthama, the divine Mahadeva entered Ashvatthama's body after giving him an excellent and polished sword. Filled by that divine being, Drona's son blazed up with energy. In consequence of that energy derived from Godhead, he became more powerful in battle. Many invisible beings and Rakshasas proceeded along his right and his left as he set out, like the Lord Mahadeva himself, for entering the camp of his foes. 8. Dhritarashtra said, while Drona's son, that mighty car warrior, thus proceeded towards the hostile camp, did Kripa and Boa stop from fear? I hope those two car warriors, checked by vulgar guards, did not fly away secretly, thinking their opponents irresistible. Or have they, after grinding the camp, the Somikas and the Pandavas, followed, while still engaged in battle, the highly glorious path in which Duryodhana has gone? Are those heroes, slain by the Panchalas, sleeping on the bare earth? Did they achieve any feat? Tell me all this, O Sanjaya." Sanjaya said, when the high-souled son of Drona proceeded towards the camp, Kripa and Gritavama waited at the gate. Beholding them ready to exert themselves, Ashvatthama became filled with joy, and addressing them whisperingly, "O king," said, "if you too exert, you are competent to exterminate all the Kshatriyas. What need I say, therefore, of this remnant of the Pandava army, particularly when it is buried in sleep? I shall enter the camp and carry like Yama. I am sure that you too will act in such way that no man may escape you with life." Having said these words, the son of Drona entered the vast camp of the Parthas. Casting off all fear, he penetrated into it by a spot where there was no door. The mighty armed hero, having entered the camp, proceeded, guided by signs, very softly, towards the quarters of Drishthadhyumna. The Panchalas, having achieved great feats, had been much tired in battle. They were sleeping in confidence, assembled together, and by the side of one another. Entering into Drishthadhyumna's chamber, O Bharata, Drona's son beheld the prince of the Panchalas sleeping before him on his bed. He lay on a beautiful sheet of silk upon a costly and excellent bed. Excellent wreaths of flowers were strewn upon that bed, and it was perfumed with powdered dhupa. Ashvatthama, O king, awoke with a kick the high-souled prince sleeping trustfully and fearlessly on his bed. Feeling that kick, the prince, irresistible in battle and of immeasurable soul, awaked from sleep and recognized Drona's son standing before him. As he was rising from his bed, the mighty Ashvatthama seized him by the hair of his head and began to press him down on the earth with his hands. Thus pressed by Ashvatthama with great strength, the prince, from fear as also from sleepiness, was not able to put forth his strength at that time. Striking him with his foot, O king, on both his throat and breast while his victim writhed and roared, Drona's son endeavored to kill him as if he were an animal. The Panchala prince tore Ashvatthama with his nails and at last softly said, O preceptor's son, slay me with a weapon, do not tarry. O best of men, let me, through I act, repair to the regions of the righteous. Having said this much, that slayer of foes, the son of the Bankala king, assailed with strength by that mighty hero, became silent. Hearing those indistinct sounds of his, Drona's son said, O wretch of thy race, there is no region for those that slay their preceptors. For this, O thou of wicked understanding, thou deservest not to be slain with any weapon. While saying so, Ashvatthama, filled with rage, began to strike the vital parts of his victim with violent kicks of his heels, and slew his foe like a lion slaying an infuriated elephant. At the cries of that hero while he was being slain, his wives and guards that were in his tent all awake, O king. Beholding somebody crushing the prince with superhuman force, they regarded the assailant to be some preternatural being and, therefore, uttered no cries from fear. Having dispatched him to Yama's abode by such means, Ashvatthama of great energy went out and getting upon his beautiful car stayed on it. Indeed, coming out of Drishtadama's abode, O king, Ashvatthama caused all the points of the compass to resound with his roars, and then proceeded on his car to other parts of the camp for slaying his foes. After Drona's son, that mighty car warrior, had gone away, the women and all the guards set up a loud wail of woe. Seeing their king slain, all the wives of Drishtadama, filled with great sorrow, cried. At that wail of theirs many mighty Kshatriyas, awaking, put on their armor and came for inquiring after the cause of those cries. Those ladies, terrified at the sight of Ashvatthama, in piteous tones asked the men to pursue him without delay. They said, whether he is a Rakshasa or a human being, we know not what he is. Having slain the Bankala king, he stayeth there. At these words, those foremost of warriors suddenly surrounded Drona's son. The latter slew them all by means of the Rudrastra. Having slain Drishtadama and all those followers of his, he beheld Uttamor sleeping on his bed. Attacking him with his foot on the throat and chest, Drona's son slew that great hero also while the latter writhed in agony. Yadamanu, coming up and believing his comrade to have been slain by a Rakshasa, speedily struck Drona's son in the chest with a mace. Rushing towards him, Ashvatthama seized him and brought him down to the ground and slew him like an animal while the latter uttered loud shrieks. Having slain Yadamanu thus, the hero proceeded against the other car warriors of the king, who were all asleep. He slew all those trembling and shrieking warriors like animals in a sacrifice. Taking up his sword then, he slew many others. Proceeding along the diverse paths of the camp, one after another, Ashvatthama, accomplished in the use of the sword, beheld diverse gulmers and slew in a trice the unarmed and tired warriors sleeping within them. With that excellent sword he cut off combatants and steeds and elephants. Covered all over with blood, he seemed then to be death himself commissioned by time, causing his foes to tremble by the repeated blows of his sword that were of three kinds. Ashvatthama became bathed in blood, covered as he was with blood, and wielding as he did a blazing sword. His form, as he careered in battle, became exceedingly terrible and superhuman. Those who awaked from sleep, O Kaurava, became stupefied with the loud noise they heard around. Beholding Drona's son, they looked at each other's faces and trembled with fear. Those Kshatriyas, beholding the form of that crusher of foes, believed him to be a Rakshasa and closed their eyes. Of terrible form, he careered in the camp like Yama himself, and at last saw the sons of Draupadi and the remnant of the Somakas. Alarmed by the noise, and learning that Drishtadama had been slain, those mighty car warriors, the sons of Draupadi, armed with bows, fearlessly poured their shafts on Drona's son. Awakened by their noise, the Prabhadrakas, with Shikandi at their head, began to grind the son of Drona with their arrows. Drona's son, beholding them shower their arrows on him, uttered a loud roar and became desirous of slaying those mighty car warriors. Recollecting the death of his sire, Ashvatthama became filled with rage. Alighting from the terrace of his car, he rushed furiously against his enemies. Taking up his bright shield with the 1,000 moons and his massive and celestial sword decked with gold, the mighty Ashvatthama rushed against the sons of Draupadi and began to lay about him with his weapon. Then that tiger among men, in that dreadful battle, struck Prativindaya in the abdomen, at which the latter, O king, deprived of life, fell down on the earth. The valiant Sutasoma, having pierced the son of Drona with a lance, rushed at him with his uplifted sword. Ashvatthama, however, cut off Sutasoma's arm with the sword in grasp, and once more struck him in the flank. At this, Sutasoma fell down, bereft of life. The valiant Shatnika, the son of Nakula, taking up a carwheel with his 2 hands, violently struck Ashvatthama at the chest. The regenerate Ashvatthama violently assailed Shatnika after he had hurled that carwheel. Exceedingly agitated, Nakula's son fell down upon the earth, upon which Drona's son cut off his head. Then Shrutakama, taking up a spiked bludgeon, attacked Ashvatthama. Furiously rushing at Drona's son, he assailed him violently on the left part of his forehead. Ashvatthama struck Shrutakama with his excellent sword on the face. Deprived of senses and his face disfigured, he fell down lifeless on the earth. At this noise, the heroic Shrutakirti, that great car warrior, coming up, poured showers of arrows on Ashvatthama. Baffling those arrowy showers with his shield, Ashvatthama cut off from the enemy's trunk the latter's beautiful head adorned with earrings. Then the slayer of Bhishma, the mighty Shikhandi, with all the Prabhadrakas, assailed the hero from every side with diverse kinds of weapons. Shikhandi struck Ashvatthama with an arrow in the midst of his 2 eyebrows. Filled with rage at this, Drona's son, possessed of great might, approached Shikhandi and cut him into twain with his sword. Having slain Shikhandi, Ashvatthama, filled with rage, rushed furiously against the other Prabhadrakas. He proceeded also against the remnant of Virata's force. Endued with great strength, Drona's son made a heavy carnage amongst the sons, the grandsons, and the followers of Drupada, singling them out one after another. Accomplished in the use of the sword, Ashvatthama then, rushing against other combatants, cut them down with his excellent sword. Their warriors in the Pandava camp beheld that Death Knight in her embodied form, a black image, of bloody mouth and bloody eyes, wearing crimson garlands and smeared with crimson unguents, attired in a single piece of red cloth, with a noose in hand, and resembling an elderly lady, employed in chanting a dismal note and standing full before their eyes, and about to lead away men and steeds and elephants all tied in a stout cord. She seemed to take away diverse kinds of spirits, with dishevelled hair and tied together in a cord, as also, O king, many mighty car warriors divested of their weapons. On other days, O sire, the foremost warriors of the Pandava camp used to see in their dreams that figure leading away the sleeping combatants and Drona's son smiting them behind. The Pandava soldiers saw that lady and Drona's son in their dreams every night from the day when the battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas first commenced. Afflicted before by destiny, they were now smitten by Drona's son, who terrified them all with the frightful roars uttered by him. Afflicted by destiny, the brave warriors of the Pandava camp, recollecting the sight they had seen in their dreams, identified it with what they now witnessed. At the noise made, hundreds and thousands of Pandava bowmen in the camp awoke from their slumbers. Ashvatthama cut off the legs of some, and the hips of others, and pierced some in their flanks, careering like the destroyer himself let loose by time. The earth, O Lord, was soon covered with human beings that were crushed into shapelessness or trodden down by elephants and steeds, and with others that roared in great affliction. Many of them loudly exclaimed, "What is this? Who is this one? What is this noise? Who is doing what?" While uttering such shrieks, Drona's son became their destroyer. That foremost of smiters, the son of Drona, dispatched to regions of Yama all those Pandus and Seringias who were without armor and weapons. Terrified at that noise, many awoke from sleep. Possessed with fear, blinded by sleep, and deprived of their senses, those warriors seemed to vanish before the fury of Ashvatthama. The thighs of many were paralyzed, and many were so stupefied that they lost all their energy. Shrieking and possessed with fear, they began to slay one another. Drona's son once more got upon his car of terrible clatter, and taking up his bow dispatched many with his shafts to Yama's abode. Others awoke from sleep, brave warriors and foremost of men, as they came towards Ashvatthama, were slain before they could approach him, and were thus offered up as victims unto that death knight. Crushing many with that foremost of cars, he careered through the camp, and covered his foes with repeated showers of arrows. Once again with that beautiful shield of his, adorned with 100 moons, and with that sword of his which was of the hue of the welkin, he careered amidst his enemies. Like an elephant agitating a large lake, Drona's son, irresistible in battle, agitated the camp of the Pandavas. Awaked by the noise, O king, many warriors, afflicted still with sleep and fear, and with senses still under a cloud, ran hither and thither. Many shrieked in harsh tones, and many uttered incoherent exclamations. Many succeeded not in obtaining their weapons and armor. The locks of many were dishevelled, and many failed to recognize one another. Having risen from sleep, many fell down, fatigued. Some wandered here and there without any purpose. Elephants and steeds, breaking their cords, passed excretant urine. Many, causing great confusion, huddled together. Amongst these, some through fear laid themselves down on the earth. The animals of the camp crushed them there. While the camp was in this state, Rakshasas, O king, uttered loud roars in joy, O chief of the Bharatas. The loud noise, O king, uttered by ghostly beings in joy, filled all the points of the compass and the welkin. Hearing the wails of woe, elephants, steeds, breaking their cords, rushed hither and thither, crushing the combatants in the camp. As those animals rushed hither and thither, the dust raised by them made the night doubly dark. When that thick gloom set in, the warriors in the camp became perfectly stupefied. Sires recognized not their sons, brothers recognized not their brothers. Elephants assailing riderless elephants, and steeds assailing riderless steeds, assailed and broke and crushed the people that stood in their way. Losing all order, combatants rushed and slew one another, and felling those that stood in their way, crushed them into pieces. Deprived of their senses and overcome with sleep, and enveloped in gloom, men, impelled by fate, slew their own comrades. The guards, leaving the gates they watched, and those at duty at the outposts leaving the posts they guarded, fled away for their lives, deprived of their senses and not knowing whither they proceeded. They slew one another, the slayers, O Lord, not recognizing the slain. Afflicted by fate, they cried after their sires and sons. While they fled, abandoning their friends and relatives, they called upon one another, mentioning their families and names. Other, uttering cries of woe, and alas, fell down on the earth. In the midst of the battle, Drona's son, recognizing them, slew them all. Other Kshatriyas, while being slaughtered, lost their senses, and afflicted by fear, sought to fly away from their camps. Those men that sought to fly away from their camp for saving their lives, were slain by Kritavarma and Kripa at the gate. Divested of weapons and instruments and armor, and with dishevelled hair, They joined their hands. Trembling with fear, they were on the ground. The 2 Kuru warriors, however, who were on their cars, gave quarter to none. None amongst those that escaped from the camp was let off by those 2 wicked persons, Kripa and Kritavarma. Then again, for doing that which was highly agreeable to Drona's son, those 2 set fire to the Pandava camp in 3 places. When the camp was lighted, Ashvatthama, that delighter of his sires, O monarch, careered, sword in hand and smiting his foes with great skill. Some of his brave foes rushed towards him and some ran hither and thither. That foremost of regenerate ones, with his sword, deprived all of them of their lives. The valiant son of Drona, filled with rage, felled some of the warriors, cutting them in twain with his sword as if they were sesame stalks. The earth, O bull of Bharata's race, became strewn with the fallen bodies of the foremost of men and steeds and elephants mingled together and uttering woeful wails and cries. When thousands of men had fallen down deprived of life, innumerable headless trunks stood up and fell down. Ashvatthama, O Bharata, cut off arms adorned with angardas and holding weapons in grasp, and heads, and thighs resembling trunks of elephants, and hands, and feet. The illustrious son of Drona mangled the backs of some, cut off the heads of some, and caused some to turn away from the fight. And he cut off some at the middle, and lopped off the ears of others, and struck others on the shoulders, and pressed down the heads of some into their trunks. As Ashvatthama careered in this way, slaughtering thousands of men, the deep night became more terrible in consequence of the darkness that set in. The earth became terrible to behold, strewn with thousands of human beings dead and dying and innumerable steeds and elephants. Cut off by the enraged son of Drona, his foes fell down on the earth that was then crowded with Yakshas and Rakshasas, and frightful with broken cars and slain steeds and elephants. Some called upon their brothers, some upon their sires, and some upon their sons. And some said, the Dhritarashtra's in rage could never accomplish such feats in battle as these which Rakshasas of wicked deeds are achieving upon us during the hour of sleep. It is only in consequence of the absence of the Pathas that this great slaughter is going on. That son of Kunti, who hath Janardana for his protector, is incapable of being vanquished by gods, Asuras, Gandharvas, Yakshas and Rakshasas. Devoted to Brahma, truthful in speech, self-restrained, and compassionate towards all creatures, that son of Pritha, called Dhananjaya, never slaughters one that is asleep, or one that is heedless, or one that has laid aside his weapons, or one that has joined his hands in supplication, or one that is retreating, or one whose locks have been dishevelled. Alas, they are Rakshasas of wicked deeds who are perpetrating such terrible act upon us. Uttering such words, many laid themselves down. The loud din caused by the cries and groans of human beings died away within a short space of time. The earth being drenched with blood, O king, that thick and frightful dust soon disappeared. Thousands of men moving in agony, overwhelmed with anxiety and overcome with despair, were slain by Ashvatthama like Rudra slaying living creatures. Many who laid themselves down on the ground clasping one another, and many who sought to fly away, and many who sought to hide themselves, and many who struggled in battle, were all slain by the son of Drona. Burnt by the raging flames and slaughtered by Ashvatthama, the men, losing their senses, slew one another. Before half the night was over, the son of Drona, O monarch, dispatched the large host of the Pandavas unto Yama's abode. That night, so terrible and destructive unto human beings and elephants and steeds, filled with joy all creatures that wander in the dark. Many Rakshasas and Bishaka of various tribes were seen there, gorging upon human flesh and quaffing the blood that lay on the ground. They were fierce, tawny in hue, terrible, of adamantine teeth, and dyed with blood. With matted locks on their heads, their thighs were long and massive, endued with 5 feet, their stomachs were large. Their fingers were set backwards. Of harsh temper and ugly features, their voice was loud and terrible. They had rows of the tinkling bells tied to their bodies. Possessed of blue throats, they looked very frightful, exceedingly cruel and incapable of being looked at without fear, and without abhorrence for anything. They came there with their children and wives. Indeed, diverse were the forms seen there of the Rakshasas that came. Quaffing the blood that ran in streams, they became filled with joy and began to dance in separate bands. This is excellent. This is pure. This is very sweet. These were the words they uttered. Other carnivorous creatures, subsisting upon animal food, having gorged upon fat and marrow and bones and blood, began to eat the delicate parts of corpses. Others, drinking the fat that flowed in streams, ran naked over the field. Possessed of diverse kinds of faces, other carnivorous beings of great ferocity, and living upon dead flesh, came there in tens of thousands and millions. Grim and gigantic Rakshasas also, of wicked deeds, came there in bands as numerous. Other ghostly beings, filled with joy and gorged to satiety, O king, also came there and were seen in the midst of that dreadful carnage. When morning dawned, Ashvatthama desired to leave the camp. He was then bathed in human blood, and the hilt of his sword so firmly adhered in his grasp that his hand and sword, O king, became one. Having walked in that path that is never trod by good warriors, Ashvatthama, after that slaughter, looked like the blazing fire at the end of the Yuga after it has consumed all creatures into ashes. Having perpetrated that feat agreeably to his vow, and having trod in that untrodden way, Drona's son, O Lord, forgot his grief for the slaughter of his sire. The Pandava camp, in consequence of the sleep in which all within it were buried, was perfectly still when Drona's son had entered it in the night. After the nocturnal slaughter, when all became once more quiet, Ashvatthama issued from it. Having issued from the camp, the valiant Ashvatthama met his 2 companions and, filled with joy, told them of his feat, gladdening them, O king, by the intelligence. Those 2, in return, devoted as they were to his good, gave him the agreeable intelligence of how they also had slaughtered thousands of Bankalas and Srinjayas at the gates. Even thus did that night prove terribly destructive to the Somakas who had been heedless and buried in sleep. The course of time, without doubt, is irresistible. Those who had exterminated us were themselves exterminated now. Dhritarashtra said, "Why is it that that mighty car warrior, the son of Drona, did not achieve such a feat before, although he had resolutely exerted himself for bestowing victory upon Duryodhana? For what reason did that great bowman do this after the slaughter of the wretched Duryodhana? It behoveth thee to tell me this." Sanjaya said, "Through fear of the Parthas, O son of Kuru's race, Ashvatthama could not achieve such a feat then. It was owing to the absence of the Pathas and the intelligent Geshava, as also of Satyaki, that Drona's son could accomplish it. Who is there, the Lord Indra unexcepted, that is competent to slay them in the presence of these heroes? Besides, O king, Ashvatthama succeeded in accomplishing the feat only because the men were all asleep. Having caused that vast slaughter of the Pandava forces, those 3 great car warriors, Ashvatthama, Kripa and Gritavama, meeting together, exclaimed, 'Good luck!' His 2 companions congratulated Ashvatthama, and the latter was also embraced by them. In great joy the latter uttered these words, 'All the Bankalas have been slain, as also all the sons of Draupadi. All the Somakas also, as well as all that remained of the Matsyas, have been slaughtered by me. Crowned with success, let us without delay go there where the king is. If the king be still alive, will give him this joyful intelligence. 9. Sanjaya said, having slain all the Bankalas and the sons of Draupadi, the 3 Kuru heroes together came to that spot where Duryodhana lay, struck down by the foe. Arrived there, they beheld that life had not been wholly extinct in the king. Jumping down from their cars, they surrounded thy son. The Kuru king, O monarch, was lying there with broken thighs. Almost senseless, his life was about to ebb away. He was vomiting blood at intervals, with downcast eyes. He was then surrounded by a large number of carnivorous animals of terrible forms, and by wolves and hyenas that awaited at no great distance for feeding upon his body. With great difficulty the king was keeping off those beasts of prey that stood in expectation of feasting upon him. He was writhing on the earth in great agony. Beholding him thus lying on the earth, bathed in his own blood, the 3 heroes who were the sole survivors of his army, Ashvatthama and Gripa and Gritavama, became afflicted with grief and sat surrounding him. Encompassed by those 3 mighty car warriors who were covered with blood and who breathed hot sighs, the Kuru king looked like a sacrificial altar surrounded by 3 fires. Beholding the king lying in that highly undeserving plight, the 3 heroes wept in unendurable sorrow. Wiping the blood from off his face with their hands, they uttered these piteous lamentations in the hearing of the king lying on the field of battle. Kripa said, "There is nothing too difficult for destiny to bring about, since even this king Duryodhana, who was the lord of 11 Akshayinis of troops, sleepeth on the bare ground, struck down by the foes and covered with blood. Behold, fond he was of the mace, and that mace decked with pure gold still layeth by the side of the king, whose splendour still resembles that of pure gold. In no battle did that mace abandon this hero. Even now, when he is about to ascend to heaven, that weapon leaveth not this illustrious warrior. Behold, that weapon, adorned with pure gold, still layeth by the side of this hero like a loving wife by the side of her lord stretched on his bed in his chamber of sleep. Behold the reverses brought about by time. This scorcher of the foes that used to walk at the head of all crowned kings, now eateth the dust struck down by the foe. He who had formerly struck down many foes and caused them to lie on the bare ground, alas, that king of the Kurus lieth today on the bare ground, struck down by foes. He to whom hundreds of kings used to bow down in fear, lieth today on the field of battle, surrounded by beasts of prey. The Brahmanas formerly used to wait upon this lord for wealth. Alas, beasts of prey wait upon him today for feeding upon his body. Sanjaya continued, beholding that chief of Kuru's race lying on the ground, Ashvatthama, O best of the Bharatas, uttered these piteous lamentations. O tiger among kings, all people indicated thee as the foremost of all bowmen. People also said that, in encounters with a mace, thou, a disciple of Sankarsana, wert like the lord of treasures, Kuvera, himself. How then, O sinless one, could Bhima notice any lapses in thee? Thou wert ever mighty and possessed of skill. He, on the other hand, O king, is a wicked sooth white. Without doubt, O monarch, time in this world is mightier than everything else, for we behold even thee struck down by Bhimasena in battle. Alas, how could the wretched and mean Vrikadaru unrighteously strike thee down, thee that wert conversant with every rule of righteousness? Without doubt, time is irresistible. Alas, having summoned thee to a fair fight, Bhimasena, putting forth his might, fractured thy thighs. Fie on the treacherous Yudhishthira who tolerated the head of one unrighteously struck down in battle to be touched with a foot. In all battles warriors will certainly reprove Vrikadara as long as the world will last. Without doubt, thou hast been struck down unrighteously. The valiant Rama of Yadu's race, O king, always used to say that there is no one equal to Duryodhana in encounters with a mace. He of the Vrishani race, O Bharata, used to boast of thee, O Lord, in every assembly, saying, Duryodhana of Kuru's race is a worthy disciple of mine. Thou hast obtained that end which great rishis have declared to be the high reward of a kshatriya slain in battle with his face towards the foe. I do not, O bull among men, grieve for thee, O Duryodhana. I grieve only for thy mother Gandhari and thy sire, childless as they now are. Afflicted with sorrow, they will have to wander over the earth, begging their food. Fie on Krishna, Vishnu's race, and on Arjuna of wicked understanding. They regard themselves conversant with the duties of morality, yet both of them stood indifferent whilst thou wert being slain. How will the other Pandavas, shameless though they are, O king, speak of the manner in which they have accomplished thy death? Thou art highly fortunate, O son of Gandhari, since thou hast been slain on the field of battle, O bull among men, while advancing fairly against the foe. Alas, what will be the plight of Gandhari, who is now childless, as who hath lost all her kinsmen and relatives? What also will be the plight of the blind king? Fie on Gritavama, on myself, as also on mighty Ka warrior Gripa, since we have not yet gone to heaven with thy royal self before us. Fie on us, lowest of mortals, since we do not follow thee that wert the granter of all wishes, the protector of all men, and the benefactor of all thy subjects. Through thy power, the abodes of Gripa, of myself, and of my sire, along with those of our dependents, O tiger among men, are full of wealth. Through thy grace, ourselves with our friends and relatives have performed many foremost of sacrifices with a profusion of presents to Brahmanas. Where shall such sinful persons as ourselves now go, since thou hast gone to heaven, taking with thee all the kings of the earth? Since we three, O king, do not follow thee that art about to obtain the highest end of life, it is for this that we are indulging in such lamentations. Deprived of thy companionship, reft of wealth, our memories painfully dwelling upon thy prosperity, alas, what will be our lot since we do not go with thee? Without doubt, O chief of Kuru's race, we shall have to wander in grief on the earth. Deprived of thee, O king, where can we have peace and where can we have happiness? Going from this world, O monarch, and meeting with those mighty Ka warriors that have preceded thee, show thy regards to them, at my request, one after another, according to the order of their rank and years. Having offered worship to thy preceptor, that foremost of all wielders of bows, tell him, O king, that Drishthadima hath been slain by me. Embrace King Balika, that mighty Ka warrior, as also the ruler of the Sindhas, and Somadatta, Barishriva, and the other foremost of kings that have preceded thee to heaven. At my request, embrace all of them and inquire after their welfare. Sanjaya continued, having said these words unto the king deprived of his senses and lying with broken thighs, Ashvatthama once more cast his eyes on him and uttered these words, If, O Duryodhana, thou hast any life in thee still, listen to these words that are so pleasant to hear. On the side of the Pandavas, only 7 are alive, and among the Dhritarashtras, only we 3. The 7 on their side are the 5 brothers and Vasudeva and Satyaki. On our side, we 3 are myself and Kripa and Kritavama. All the sons of Draupadi have been slain, as also all the children of Drishthadima. All the Panchalas too have been slain, as also the remnant of the Matsyas, O Bharata. Behold the vengeance taken for what they had done. The Pandavas are now childless. While buried in sleep, the men and animals in their camp have all been slain. Penetrating into their camp in the night, O king, I have slain Drishthadima, that wight of sinful deeds, as one kills an animal. Duryodhana then, having heard those words that were so agreeable to his heart, regained his senses and said these words in reply, that which neither Ganga's son, nor Karna, nor thy sire, could achieve, hath at last been achieved by thee today, accompanied by Griper and Boa. Thou hast slain that low wretch, Drishthadima, who was commander of the Pandava forces, as also Shikhandi. In consequence of this I regard myself equal to Maghavat himself. Good be to you all. Let prosperity be yours. All of us will again meet together in heaven. Having said these words, the High-Souled king of the Kuras became silent. Casting off his griefs for all his slain kinsmen, he then gave up his life-breath. His soul ascended to sacred heaven, while his body only remained on earth. Even thus, O king, thy son Duryodhana breathed his last. Having provoked the battle first, he was slain by his foes at last. The three heroes repeatedly embraced the king and gazed steadfastly on him. They then ascended their cars. Having heard these piteous lamentations of Drona's son, I came away at early dawn towards the city. Even thus the armies of the Kuras and Pandavas have been destroyed. Great and terrible have been that carnage, O king, caused by thy evil policy. After thy son had ascended to heaven, I became afflicted with grief, and the spiritual sight which the Rishi gave hath been lost by me. Vshampayana continued. The king, hearing of his son's death, breathed long and hot sighs, and became plunged in great anxiety. 10. Vshampayana said, after that night had gone away, the driver of Drishthadimma's car gave intelligence to King Yudhishthira of the great slaughter that had been caused during the hour of sleep. The driver said, the sons of Draupadi, O king, have been slain, with all the children of Drupada himself, while they were heedless and trustfully asleep in their own camp. During the night, O king, thy camp has been exterminated by the cruel Gritavama, and Gripa, the son of Gautama, and the sinful Ashvatthama, slaying thousands of men and elephants and steeds with lances and darts and battle-axes. Those men have exterminated thy army. While thy army was being slaughtered like a forest cut down with axes, a loud wail was heard rising from thy camp. I am the sole survivor, O monarch, of that vast force. I have, O thou virtuous soul, escaped with difficulty from Gritavama at a time when he was heedless. Hearing these evil tidings, Kunti's son Yudhishthira, however, capable of bearing up against foes, fell down on the earth, afflicted with grief at the loss of his sons. Advancing forward, Satyaki held the king in his embrace. Bhimasena and Arjuna and the two sons of Madri also stretched forth their arms. Having recovered his senses, the son of Kunti lamented in great affliction, uttering these words rendered indistinct by sorrow, Alas, having vanquished the foe, we have ourselves been vanquished in the end. The course of events is difficult to be ascertained even by persons endued with spiritual sight. The foes who were vanquished have become victorious. Ourselves, again, while victorious, are vanquished. Having slain brothers and friends and sires and sons and well-wishers, and kinsmen, and counsellors, and having vanquished them all, we ourselves are vanquished at last. Misery looks like prosperity, and prosperity looks like misery. This our victory has assumed the shape of defeat. Our victory, therefore, has ended in defeat. Having won the victory, I am obliged to grieve as an afflicted wretch. How, then, can I regard it as a victory? In reality, I have been doubly defeated by the foe. They for whose sake we have incurred the sin of victory by slaying our kinsmen and friends, alas, they, after victory had crowned them, have been vanquished by defeated foes that were heedful. Alas, through heedlessness have they been slain that had escaped from even Kana, that warrior who had barbed arrows and nalikas for his teeth, the sword for his tongue, the bow for his gaping mouth, and the twang of the bowstring and the sound of palms for his roars, that angry Kana who never retreated from battle, and who was a very lion among men. Alas, those princes that succeeded in crossing, by boats constituted by their own excellent weapons, the great droney ocean having cars for its deep lakes, showers of arrows for its waves, the ornaments of warriors for its gems, steeds for its animals, darts and swords for its fishes, elephants for its alligators, bows for its whirlpools, mighty weapons for its foam, and the signal of battle for its moonrise, causing it to swell with energy, and the twang of the bowstring and the sound of palms for its roar. Alas, even those princes have from heedlessness been slain. There is, in this world, no more powerful cause of death, as regards men, than heedlessness. Prosperity abandons a heedless man from every side, and every kind of misery overtakes him. The tall standard with excellent top that stood on his car was the wreath of smoke that infallibly indicated the Bhishma fire. Shafts constituted its flames, and wrath was the wind that fanned it. The twang of his formidable bow and the sound of his palms constituted the roar of that fire. Armor and diverse kinds of weapons were the holy libations that were poured into it. The vast hostile army was the heap of dry forest grass that was assailed by that fire. Alas, even they that had endured that fierce fire, whose terrible energy was represented by the mighty weapons in Bhishma's hand, have at last fallen through heedlessness. A heedless person can never acquire knowledge, asceticism, prosperity, or great renown. Behold, Indra has obtained great happiness after slaying all his foes heedfully. Behold, the survivors among our foes have, through our heedlessness, slain so many sons and grandsons of kings, each of whom was really like Indra himself. Alas, they have perished like merchants with rich freight perishing through carelessness in a shallow stream after having crossed the great ocean. They whose bodies are now lying on the bare ground, slain by those vindictive wretches, have without doubt ascended to heaven. I grieve, however, for the Princess Krishna. Alas, she will be plunged today in an ocean of grief. Hearing of the slaughter of her brothers and sons and her venerable sire, the king of the Panchalas, without doubt she will fall down senseless on the earth. Her body emaciated by grief, she will not rise again. Unable to bear the grief resulting from such affliction, and worthy as she is of happiness, alas, what will be her plight? Cut to the quick by the slaughter of her sons and brothers, she will be like one scorched by fire. Having in deep affliction indulged in these lamentations, that king of Kuru's race then addressed Nakula, saying, Go and bring the unfortunate Princess Draupadi here along with all her maternal relations. Obediently accepting that command of the king who equaled Yama himself in righteousness, Nakula speedily proceeded on his car to the quarters of Draupadi, where that princess resided with all the wives of the Panchala king. Having dispatched the son of Madri, Yudhishthira, crushed by grief, proceeded with tears in his eyes, accompanied by those friends of his, to the field on which his sons had battled and which still teemed with diverse kinds of creatures. Having entered that cursed field abounding with fierce sights, the king saw his sons, well-wishers, and friends, all lying on the ground, covered with blood, their bodies mangled, and heads separated from their trunks. Beholding them in that plight, Yudhishthira, that foremost of righteous men, became deeply afflicted. That chief of the Kurus then began to weep aloud and fell down on the earth, deprived of his senses, along with all his followers. 11. Vshampayana said, beholding his sons, grandsons, and friends all slain in battle, the king's soul became overwhelmed with great grief, O Janamejaya. Recollecting those sons and grandsons and brothers and allies, a deep sorrow took possession of the illustrious monarch. Senseless and trembling, his eyes were bathed in tears. His friends then, themselves filled with anxiety, began to comfort him. At that time, Nakula, skilled in executing errands, arrived there on his car of solar refulgence, accompanied by the Princess Krishna in great affliction. She had been residing at Paplavya. having received that heart-rending intelligence about the slaughter of all her sons, she became exceedingly agitated. Trembling like a plantain tree shaken by the wind, the Princess Krishna, arrived at the presence of Yudhishthira, fell down, afflicted by grief. Her face, adorned with eyes resembling a couple of full-blown lotuses, seemed to be darkened by grief like the sun himself when enveloped in darkness. Beholding her prostrate on the earth, the wrathful Vrikadara, of prowess incapable of being baffled, advancing hastily, raised her up and clasped her with his arms. The beautiful lady, comforted by Bhimasena, began to weep, and addressing the eldest son of Pandu with his brothers, said, "By good luck, O monarch, having obtained the whole earth, thou shalt enjoy her after the slaughter of thy brave sons in the observance of Kshatriya duties. By good luck, O son of Pritha, thou art happy at the thought of having obtained the whole earth. By good luck, thy thoughts do not dwell on Subhadra's son whose dread resembled that of an infuriated elephant. By good luck, thou dost not, like myself while residing at Paplavya, recollect thy heroic sons slaughtered in the observance of Kshatriya duties. O son of Pritha, hearing of the slaughter of those sleeping heroes by Drona's son of the sinful deeds, grief burns me as if I were in the midst of a fire. If Drona's son be not made to reap the fruit of that sinful deed of his, if, putting forth your prowess in battle, thou dost not take the life of that wretch of sinful deeds, along with the lives of all his followers, then listen to me, ye Pandavas, I shall sit here in prayer." Having said these words, the helpless Krishna, the daughter of Yajnasena, sat by the side of the eldest son of Pandu, King Yudhishthira the Just. The royal sage, Yudhishthira, of righteous soul, seeing his dear queen sit in prayer, addressed her, saying, "O auspicious lady, O thou that art conversant with morality, all thy sons and brothers have righteously met with a noble death. It behoveth thee not to grieve for them. As regards Drona's son, he hath gone to a distant forest, O beautiful princess. How shalt thou, O lady, make thyself sure of his fall in battle?" Draupadi answered, "I have heard that Drona's son hath a gem on his head, born with him. I shall see that gem brought to me after the slaughter of that wretch in battle. Placing that gem on thy head, O king, I shall endure to live. Even this is my resolve." Having said these words unto the royal son of Pandu, the beautiful Krishna approached Bhimasena and said these words of high purpose unto him, remembering the duties of a Kshatriya, "O Bhima, it behoveth thee to come to my rescue. Slay that man of sinful deeds like Maghavat slaying Samvara. There is no one in this world who is equal to thee in prowess. It is known throughout the world how on an occasion of great calamity thou becamest at the town Vrinavata the refuge of all the Pathas. When again he was seen by Hidimba, it was thou that becamest our refuge in the same way. Like Maghavat rescuing his spouse, the daughter of Puloma, thou didst rescue my afflicted self, in Virata's city, from a great calamity. Like those great feats, O Patha, that thou didst achieve in former days, slay now, O slayer of foes, the son of Drona, and be thou happy." Hearing these and other piteous lamentations of the princess, Kunti's son, Bhimasena, of great might, could not endure them. He mounted upon his great car adorned with gold and took his beautiful bow with arrow placed on the string. Making Nakula his charioteer, and resolved upon slaying the son of Drona, he began to stretch his bow and caused his steeds to be urged without delay. Those steeds, fleet as the wind, the surged, O tiger among men, proceeded with great speed. Possessed of great valor and unfading energy, Bhima set out from the Pandava camp and proceeded with great celerity along the track of Ashvatthama's vehicle. 12. Shampayana said, after the irresistible Bhimasena had set out, that Balavyadhu's race, possessed of eyes like lotus petals, addressed Kuru's son Yudhishthira, saying, O son of Pandu, this brother of thine, overwhelmed with grief at the slaughter of his sons, proceedeth alone to battle, from desire of slaying the son of Drona. O bull of Bharata's race, of all thy brothers, Bhima is thy dearest. Beholding him fallen into a great danger, why dost thou not stir thyself? The weapon called Brahmashira, which that subjugator of hostile towns, Drona, communicated to his son, is capable of consuming the whole world. The illustrious and highly blessed preceptor, that foremost of all wielders of bows, delighted with Dhananjaya, had given him that very weapon. Unable to endure it, his only son then begged it of him. Unwillingly he imparted the knowledge of that weapon to Ashvatthama. The illustrious Drona knew the restlessness of his son. Acquainted with all duties, the preceptor laid this commands on him, saying, even when overtaken by the greatest danger, O child, in the midst of battle, thou shouldst never use this weapon, particularly against human beings. Even thus the preceptor Drona spoke unto his son. A little while after he again spoke, saying, O bull among men, thou wilt not, it seems, walk in the path of the righteous. Hearing those bitter words of his sire, the wicked Ashvatthama, in despair of obtaining every kind of prosperity, began in grief to wander over the earth. Then, O chief of the Kurus, while you were living in the woods, O Bharata, he came to Dvaraka and took up his abode there, worshipped by the Vrishnis. One day, after he had taken up his abode in Dvaraka, he came to me, without a companion, and when I myself was without anybody by my side, on the sea coast, and there smilingly addressing me said, O Krishna, that weapon, called Brahmashira, worshipped by gods and Gandharvas, which my sire, the preceptor of the Bharatas, of prowess incapable of being baffled, and obtained from Agastya after performing the austerest penances, is now with me, O Dashaha, as much as it is with my sire, O foremost one of Yadu's race. In exchange for that celestial weapon, give me thy discus, which is capable of slaying all foes in battle. While he with joined palms and great importunity thus begged of me my discus, myself, O bull of Bharata's race, from desire of gladdening him, told him these words, gods, Danavas, Gandharvas, men, birds and snakes, assembled together, and not equal to even 100th part of my energy. I have this bow, this dart, this discus, and this mace. I will give thee whichever amongst these thou desirest to have from me. Without giving me the weapon thou wishest to give, take from among these weapons of mine whichever thou mayest be able to wield and use in battle. Thus addressed, the illustrious son of Drona, as if challenging me, solicited at my hands my discus of excellent nave and hard as thunder, possessed of 1,000 spokes, and made of iron. Take it, I said unto him. Thus addressed, he rose suddenly and seized the discus with his left hand. He failed, however, to even move the weapon from the spot on which it lay. He then made preparations for seizing it with his right hand. Having seized it then very firmly and having put forth all his strength, he still failed to either wield or move it. At this, Drona's son became filled with sorrow. After he was tired with the exertions he made, he ceased, O Bharata. When he withdrew his heart from that purpose, I addressed the anxious and senseless Ashvatthama and said, he who is always regarded as the foremost of all human beings, that wielder of Gandhaiva, that warrior having white steeds yoked unto his car, that hero owning the prince of apes for the device on his standard, that hero who, desirous of vanquishing in a wrestling encounter the god of gods, the blue-throated lord of gratified the great Shankara himself, that Fulgana than whom I have no dearer friend on earth, that friend to whom there is nothing that I cannot give including my very wives and children, that dear friend Patha of unstained acts, never said unto me, O Brahmana, such words as these which thou hast uttered. That son whom I obtained through ascetic penances and observances of austere brahmacharya for 12 years on the breast of Himavati, whither I had gone for the purpose, that son of mine, Pradama, of great energy and a portion of Sanat Kumara himself, begotten by me upon my wife Rukmani, who had practiced vows as austere as mine, that hero even never solicited this best of objects, this unrivaled discourse, which thou of little understanding had solicited. Rama of great might never said such words to me. Neither Gada nor Samba has ever asked that of me which thou hast asked. No one among the other great Ka warriors of the Vrishani and the Andaka race residing in Dwaraka has ever asked this of me which thou hast asked. Thou art the son of the preceptor of the Bratas. Thou art held in high respect by all the Yadavas. Let me ask thee, O foremost of Ka warriors, with whom wouldst thou fight using this weapon? Thus addressed by me, Drona's son replied, saying, after offering worship to thee, O Krishna, it was my intention to fight thee, O thou of unfading glory. It was for this, O Krishna, that I solicited thee for thy discus, which is adored by gods and Danavas. If I had got it, I would then become invisible in the world. Having failed, O Keshava, in obtaining my almost unattainable wish, I am about to leave thee, O Govinda. Address me in fair words now. This terrible weapon is held by thee that art the foremost of all terrible persons. Unrivaled art thou for this weapon. There is none else in this world capable of possessing it. Having said these words unto me, the son of Drona, taking many couples of steeds and much wealth and divers kinds of gems, left Dwaraka. He is wrathful, wicked souled, restless, and very cruel. He knows the weapon called Brahmashira. Vrikadara should be protected from him. 13. Vshampayana said, having said these words, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that delighter of all the Yadavas, mounted upon his excellent car equipped with every kind of powerful weapons. Unto that vehicle were yoked 2 pairs of foremost steeds of the Kamboa breed, that were adorned with garlands of gold. The tur of that best of cars was of the hue of the morning sun. On the right was yoked the steed known as Shabir, on the left was placed Sugriva. The Parshani was borne by 2 others called Megapushpa and Balahaka. There was seen on that car a celestial standard decked with gems and gold and created by the divine artificer, and standing high like the Maya of Vishnu himself. Upon that standard was Vinata's son, Garuda, shining with great splendor. Indeed, that enemy of snakes perched on the standard top of Keshava, who is truth embodied. Then Rishikshaw, that foremost of all bowmen, mounted on that car. After him Arjuna of irresistible feats and Yudhishthira, the king of the Kuras, ascended the same vehicle. Seated on that car, by the side of him of Dashahu's race, who wielded the bow called Shanga, the 2 sons of Pandu looked exceedingly beautiful, like the twin Ashvinis seated by the side of Vasava, causing them to ascend on that car of his which was adored by all the world. He of Dashahu's race urged those foremost of steeds endued with great fleetness. Those steeds then suddenly flew, taking after them that excellent vehicle ridden by the 2 sons of Bandu and by that bull of Yadu's race, endued with great speed. As those animals bore away the wielder of Shanga, loud became the noise caused by the rush, like that of birds coursing through the air. Proceeding with great speed, they soon came up, O bull of Bharata's race, with a mighty bowman Bhimasena in whose wake they had followed. Although those great Ka warriors met Bhima, they failed however to stop that son of Kunti. As filled with wrath he proceeded fiercely towards the foe. In the very sight of those illustrious and firm bowmen, Bhima, by means of his very fleet steeds, proceeded towards the bank of the river brought down by Bhagrata. he beheld the high-suit and illustrious and dark-complexioned an island-born Vyasa sitting near the edge of the water in the midst of many rishis. And he also saw Drona's son of wicked deeds sitting beside them, covered with dust, attired in a piece of cloth made of kashor grass, and smeared all over with clarified butter. The mighty armed Bhimsena, the son of Kunti, taking up his bow with shaft fixed on it, rushed towards Ashvatthama, and said, "Wait, wait." Drona's son, beholding the terrible bowman coming towards him bow in hand, and the two brothers on Janardana's car, became exceedingly agitated and thought his hour had come. Of soul incapable of being depressed, he called to his mind that high weapon, which he had obtained from his sire. He then took up a blade of grass with his left hand. Fallen into great distress, he inspired that blade of grass with proper mantras and converted it into that powerful celestial weapon, unable to brook the arrows of the Pandavas, and the presence of those wielders of celestial weapons. He uttered in wrath these terrible words, for the destruction of the Pandavas. Having said these words, O tiger among kings, the valiant son of Drona let off that weapon for stupefying all the worlds. A fire then was born in that blade of grass, which seemed capable of consuming the three worlds like the all-destroying Yama at the end of the Yuga. 14. Shampayana said, at the very outset the mighty armed hero of Dashahu's race understood from signs the intention of Drona's son. Addressing Arjuna, he said, O Arjuna, O son of Pandu, the time is come for the use of that celestial weapon which is in thy memory, knowledge of which was imparted to thee by Drona. For protecting thyself as also thy brothers, O Bharata, shoot in this battle that weapon which is capable of neutralizing all weapons. Thus addressed by Keshava, Arjuna, that slayer of hostile heroes, quickly alighted from the car, taking with him his bow with shaft fixed on the string, softly wishing good unto the preceptor's son and then unto himself, and unto all his brothers. That scorcher of foes then bowed unto all the gods and all his superiors and let off his weapon, thinking of the welfare of all the worlds and uttering the words, let Ashvatthama's weapon be neutralized by this weapon. That weapon, quickly let off by the wielder of Gandhaiva, blazed up with fierce flames like the all-destroying fire that appears at the end of the Yuga. Similarly, the weapon that had been shot by Drona's son of fierce energy blazed up with terrible flames within a huge sphere of fire. Numerous peals of thunder were heard, thousands of meteors fell, and all living creatures became inspired with great dread. The entire welkin seemed to be filled with noise and assumed a terrible aspect with those flames of fire. The whole earth with her mountains and waters and trees trembled. Then the two great Rishis, Narada, who is the soul of every creature, and the grandsire of all the Bharata princes, Vyasa, beholding those two weapons scorching the three worlds, showed themselves there. The two Rishis sought to pacify the two heroes Ashvatthama and Ananjaya. Conversant with all duties and desirous of the welfare of all creatures, the two sages, possessed of great energy, stood in the midst of those two blazing weapons. Incapable of being overwhelmed by any force, those two illustrious rishis, placing themselves between the two weapons, stood like two blazing fires. Incapable of being checked by any creature endued with life, and adorned by the gods and Danavas, they too acted in this way, neutralizing the energy of the two weapons and doing good to all the world. The two rishis said, those great Ka warriors who have fallen in this battle were acquainted with diverse kinds of weapons. They, however, never shot such a weapon upon human beings. What act of rashness is this, ye heroes, that ye have done? 15. Shampayana said, at the very sight, O tiger among men, of those two rishis possessed of splendor like that of fire, Dhananjaya quickly resolved to withdraw his celestial shaft. Joining his hands, he addressed those rishis, saying, I used this weapon, saying, let it neutralize the enemy's weapon. If I withdraw this high weapon, Drona's son of sinful deeds will then, without doubt, consume us all with the energy of this weapon. Ye two are like gods. It behoveth you to devise some means by which our welfare as also that of the three worlds may be secured. Having said these words, Dhananjaya withdrew his weapon. The withdrawal of that weapon by the gods themselves in battle is exceedingly difficult. Not excepting the great Indra himself, there was nobody save the son of Pandu who was capable of withdrawing that high weapon after it had once been let off. That weapon was born of Brahma energy. No person of uncleansed soul can bring it back after it is once let off. Only one that leads the life of a Brahmachari can do it. If one who has not practiced the vow of Brahmacharya seeks to bring it back after having shot it, it strikes off his own head and destroys him with all his equipments. Arjuna was a Brahmachari and an observer of vows. Having obtained that almost unobtainable weapon, he had never used it even when plunged into situations of the greatest danger. Observant of the vow of truth, possessed of great heroism, leading the life of a Brahmachari, the son of Pandu was submissive and obedient to all his superiors. It was for this that he succeeded in withdrawing his weapon. Drona's son, beholding those two rishis standing before him, could not by his energy withdraw his own terrible weapon. Unable to withdraw the high weapon in battle, Drona's son, O king, with a cheerless heart, said unto the island-born rishi these words, threatened by a great danger, and desirous of protecting my life, I let off this weapon, through fear of Bhimasena, O sage. This Bhimasena of false behavior acted sinfully, O Holy One, while slaying the son of Dhritarashtra in battle. It is for this, O regenerate one, that of uncleansed soul as I am I let off this weapon. I dare not, however, withdraw it now. Having inspired this irresistible and celestial weapon with the energy of fire, I let it off for the destruction of the Pandavas. Contrived for the destruction of the Pandavas, that weapon, therefore, will take away the lives of all the sons of Pandu. O regenerate one, I have, in wrath, done this sinful deed. I invoked this weapon in battle for the destruction of the Pandavas. Vyasa said, Pritha's son Dhananjaya, O child, was acquainted with a weapon called Brahmashira. Neither from wrath, nor for thy destruction in battle, did he shoot this weapon. Arjuna, on the other hand, used it for baffling thy weapon. He has again withdrawn it. Having obtained even the Brahmastra through Vyasa's instructions, the mighty arm Dhananjaya did not fall off from a Kshatriya's duties. Arjuna is possessed of such patience and such honesty. He is, besides, conversant with every weapon. Why dost thou seek to compass the destruction of such a person with all his brothers? That region where the weapon called Brahmashira is baffled by another high weapon suffers a drought for 12 years, for the clouds do not pour a drop of water for this period. For this reason, the mighty armed son of Pandu, although he had the power, would not, from desire of doing good to living creatures, baffle thy weapon with his. The Pandavas should be protected, thy own self should be protected, the kingdom also should be protected. Therefore, O thou of mighty arms, withdraw this celestial weapon of thine. Dispel this wrath from thy heart and let the Pandavas be safe. The royal sage Yudhishthira never desires to win victory by perpetrating any sinful act. Given to these that gem which is on thy head. Taking that, the Pandavas will in return grant thee thy life. Drona's son said, This my gem is more valuable than all the wealth that has ever been earned by the Pandavas and the Kauravas. If this gem is worn, the wearer ceases to have any fear from weapons or disease or hunger. he ceases to have any fear of gods and Danavas and Nagas. His apprehensions from Rakshasas as also from robbers will cease. Even these are the virtues of this gem of mine. I cannot, by any means, part with it. That, however, O Holy One, which thou sayest, should be done by me. Here is this gem. Here is myself. This blade of grass, inspired into a fatal weapon, will, however, fall into the wombs of the Pandava women, for this weapon is high and mighty, and incapable of being frustrated. O regenerate one, I am unable to withdraw it, having once let it off. I will now throw this weapon into the wombs of the Pandava women. As regards thy commands in other respects, O Holy One, I shall certainly obey them. Vyasa said, do then this. Do not, however, entertain any other purpose, O sinless one. Throwing this weapon into the wombs of the Pandava women, stop thyself. Vshampayana continued, the son of Drona, having heard these words of the island-born, threw that uplifted weapon into the wombs of the Pandava women. 16. Vshampayana said, understanding that that weapon was thrown into the wombs of the Pandava women by Drona's son of sinful deeds, Rishiksha, with a cheerful heart, said these words unto him, a certain Brahmana of pious vows, beholding Virata's daughter, who is now daughter-in-law to Arjuna, while she was at Paplavya, said, while the Kuru line will become extinct, a son will be born to thee. This thy son, for that reason, will be called by the name of Parikshit. The words of that pious man shall become true. The Pandavas shall have a son called Parikshit. And to go Vinda, that foremost one of the Satvata race, while he was saying these words, Drona's son, filled with wrath, replied, saying, this, O Keshava, that thou sayest from thy partiality for the Pandavas, shall not happen. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, my words cannot but be fulfilled. Uplifted by me, this weapon of mine shall fall on the fetus that is in the womb of Virata's daughter, upon that fetus which thou, O Krishna, art desirous of protecting. The Holy One said, the fall of this mighty weapon will not be fruitless. The fetus will die. But being dead, it will live again and have a long life. As regards thyself, all wise men know thee for a coward and a sinful wretch. Always engaged in sinful acts, thou art the slayer of children. For this reason, thou must have to bear the fruit of these thy sins. For 3,000 years thou shalt wander over this earth, without a companion and without being able to talk with anyone. Alone and without anybody by thy side, thou shalt wander through diverse countries, O wretch. Thou shalt have no place in the midst of men. The stench of pus and blood shall emanate from thee, and inaccessible forests and dreary moors shall be thy abode. Thou shalt wander over the earth, O thou of sinful soul, with the weight of all diseases on thee. The heroic Parikshit, attaining to age and a knowledge of the Vedas and the practice of pious vows, shall obtain all weapons from the son of Sharadvata. Having obtained a knowledge of all high weapons, and observant of all Kshatriya duties, that righteous Sut king shall rule the earth for 60 years. More than this, that boy shall become the mighty armed king of the Kurus, known by the name of Parikshit, before thy very eyes, O thou of wicked soul. Though burnt by the energy of thy weapon's fire, I shall revive him. O lowest of men, behold the energy of my austerities and my truth. Vyasa said, since, disregarding us, thou hast perpetrated this exceedingly cruel act, and since thy behavior is such, although thou art a good Brahmana by birth, therefore, those excellent words that Devaki's son has said, will, without doubt, be realized in thy case, an adopter as thou hast been of Kshatriya usages. Ashvatthama said, with thyself among all men, O Holy One, I shall live. Let the words of this illustrious and foremost of men become true. Vshampayana continued, Drona's son, then, having made over his gem to the Hysalt Pandavas, cheerlessly proceeded, before their eyes, to the forest. The Pandavas, who had killed and chastised all their foes, placed Govinda and the island-born Krishna and the great ascetic Narada at their head, and taking the gem that was born with Ashvatthama, quickly came back to the intelligent Draupadi who was sitting in observance of the pravow. Those tigers among men, borne by their excellent steeds resembling the wind in fleetness, came back with him of Dashahu's race to their encampment. Speedily alighting from their cars, those great car warriors, themselves much more afflicted, beheld Drupada's daughter Krishna afflicted with woe. Approaching the cheerless princess stricken with sorrow and grief, the Pandavas with Keshava sat round her. Then the mighty Bhimasena, desired by the king, gave that celestial gem unto her and said these words, This gem, O amiable lady, is thine. The slayer of thy sons hath been vanquished. Rise, casting off thy sorrow, and recollect the duties of a Kshatriya lady. O thou of black eyes, when Vasudeva was about to set out, from Mapaplavya, on his mission of peace, thou hadst, O timid lady, said even these words unto the slayer of Madhu, I have no husbands. I have no sons, nor brothers. Nor art thou alive, O Govinda, since the king desires the peace. Those bitter words were addressed by thee to Krishna, that foremost of persons. It behoveth thee to recollect those words of thine that were so consistent with Kshatriya usages. The wretched Duryodhana, that obstacle on the way of our sovereignty, has been slain. I have quaffed the blood of the living Dushasana. We have paid off the debt we owed to our enemy. People, while talking, will not be able to censure us any longer. Having vanquished Drona's son, we have set him free for the sake of his being a Brahmana and of the respect that should be shown to our deceased preceptor. His fame hath been destroyed, O goddess, only his body remains. He has been divested of his gem and on earth he has been reft of his weapons. Draupadi said, I desired to only pay off our debt for the injury we have sustained. The preceptor's son is worthy of my reverence as the preceptor himself. Let the king bind this gem on his head, O Bharata. The king then, taking that gem, placed it on his head, at the desire of Draupadi and regarding it as a gift from the preceptor. Holding on his head that excellent and celestial gem, the puissant king looked beautiful like a mountain with the moon above it. Though stricken with grief on account of the death of her sons, the princess Draupadi, possessed of great mental strength, gave up the vow. Then King Yudhishthira inquired of the mighty armed Krishna, saying the following words. 17. Vshampayana said, after all the troops had been slain during the hour of sleep by those 3 car warriors, King Yudhishthira in great grief said these words unto him of Dashahu's race, How, O Krishna, could my sons, all of whom were mighty car warriors, be slaughtered by the sinful and wretched Ashvatthama of no great skill in battle? How also could Drona's son slay the children of Drupada, all of whom were accomplished in weapons, possessed of great prowess, and capable of battling with hundreds of thousands of foes? How could he slay that foremost of car warriors, Drishadama, before whom the great bowman Drona himself could not appear? What act was done by the preceptor's son, O bull among men, in consequence of which he succeeded in slaying, single-handed, all our men in battle? The Holy One said, Verily, Drona's son had sought the aid of that highest of all the gods, the eternal Mahadeva. It was for this that he succeeded in slaying, single-handed, so large a number of warriors. If Mahadeva be gratified, he can bestow even immortality. Girisha can give such valor as will succeed in checking Indra himself. I know Mahadeva truly, O bull of Bharata's race. I know also his various acts of old. He, O Bharata, is the beginning, the middle, and the end of all creatures. This entire universe acts and moves through his energy. The puissant grandsire, desirous of creating living creatures, saw Rudra, and the grandsire asked him, saying, "Create living creatures without delay." Thus asked Rudra of tawny locks, saying, "So be it." Plunged into the water and practiced austerities for a long time, inasmuch as he was sensible of the defects of living creatures. Having waited in expectation of Rudra for a very long time, the grandsire, by a fiat of his will, invoked into existence another being for making him the creator of all kinds of living things. Beholding Girisha plunged into the waters, this second being said unto his sire, "If there be no being born before me, then I will create living creatures." His sire replied unto him, saying, "There is no other firstborn being besides thee. This Tanu has plunged into the water. Go and create living creatures, without any anxiety." That being then created many living creatures, having Daksha for their first, who created all these creatures of four kinds. As soon, however, as they were created, they ran, O king, towards their sire, afflicted with hunger and desirous of devouring him. The second being whom Brahma had created, thereupon ran towards him, desirous of protection from his own offspring. And he said unto the grandsire, "O illustrious one, protect me from these, and let these creatures have their food assigned unto them." Then the grandsire assigned herbs and plants and other vegetables as their food, and unto those that were strong he assigned the weaker creatures as the means of sustenance. Their sustenance having been thus assigned, the newly created creatures all went away to regions they desired, and chiefly multiplied by union with their respective species. After the creatures had multiplied and the grandsire had become well pleased, the firstborn rose from the water and beheld the living creation. He saw that diverse kinds of creatures had been created and that they had multiplied by their own energy. At this sight, Rudra became angry and caused his procreative limb to disappear in the bowels of the earth. The unfading Brahma, soothing him by soft words, said unto him, "O Shava, what wert thou doing so long within the water? For what reason also hast thou caused thy limb of generation to disappear in the bowels of the earth?" Thus questioned, that Lord of the universe wrathfully answered the Lord Brahman, "Somebody else has created all these creatures. What purpose then would be served by this limb of mine? I have by my austerities, O grandsire, created food for all these creatures. These herbs and plants also will multiply like those that will subsist upon them." Having said these words, Bhava went away, in cheerlessness and rage, to the foot of the Manjavat mountains for practicing severe austerities. 18. The Holy One said, after the Krita Yuga had elapsed, the gods, desirous of performing a sacrifice, duly made preparation for one according to the directions laid down in the Vedas. They collected clarified butter and the other requisites. And they not only devised what the requisites of their sacrifice should be, but also determined those amongst themselves that should have a share in the sacrificial offerings. Not knowing Rudra truly, the celestials, O king, assigned no share for the divine's Tanu. Seeing that the celestials assigned to him no share in the sacrificial offerings, Stanu, clad in deer skins, desired to destroy that sacrifice and with that object constructed a bow. There are four kinds of sacrifices: the Loka sacrifice, the sacrifice of special rites, the eternal domestic sacrifice, and the sacrifice consisting in the gratification derived by man from his enjoyment of the 5 elemental substances and their compounds. It is from these 4 kinds of sacrifice that the universe has sprung. Pardon constructed that bow using as materials the 1st and the 4th kinds of sacrifices. The length of that bow was 5 cubits. The sacred mantra, Vashat, O Bharata, was made its string. The 4 parts, of which a sacrifice consists, became the adornments of that bow. Then Mahadeva, filled with rage, and taking up that bow, proceeded to that spot where the celestials were engaged in their sacrifice. Beholding the unfading Rudra arrive there attired as a Brahmachari and armed with that bow, the goddess Earth shrunk with fear, and the very mountains began to tremble. The very wind ceased to move, and fire itself, though fed, did not blaze forth. The stars in the firmament, in anxiety, began to wander in irregular courses. The sun's splendor decreased. The disk of the moon lost its beauty. The entire welkin became enveloped in a thick gloom. The celestials, overwhelmed, knew not what to do. Their sacrifice ceased to blaze forth. The gods were all terrified. Rudra then pierced the embodiment of sacrifice with a fierce shaft in the heart. The embodied form of sacrifice, assuming the shape of a deer, fled away, with the god of fire. Approaching heaven in that form, he blazed forth in beauty. Rudra, however, O Yudhishthira, pursued him through the skies. After sacrifice had fled away, the gods lost their splendor. Having lost their senses, the gods were stupefied. Then the 3-eyed Mahadeva, with his bow, broke in rage the arms of Savitri, and plucked out the eyes of Bhaga and the teeth of Pushana. The gods then fled away, as also all the several parts of sacrifice. Some amongst them, reeling as they sought to fly away, fell down senseless. The blue-throated Rudra, having agitated them thus, laughed aloud, and whirling the horn of his bow, paralyzed them. The celestials then uttered a cry. At their command, the string of the bow broke. The string having broken, the bow became stretched into a line. The gods then approached the bowless god of gods and, with the embodied form of sacrifice, sought the protection of the puissant Mahadeva and endeavored to gratify him. Gratified, the great god threw his wrath into the water. O king, that wrath, assuming the form of fire, is always employed in consuming that liquid element. He then gave unto Savitri his arms, Bhaga his eyes, and Pushana his teeth. And he also restored the sacrifices themselves, O Pandava. The world once more became safe and sound. The gods assigned unto Mahadeva all the libations of clarified butter as the share of great deity. O monarch, when Mahadeva had become angry, the whole world had thus become agitated. When he became gratified, everything became safe. Possessed of great energy, the god Mahadeva was gratified with Ashvatthama. It was for this that thy sons, those mighty car warriors, could be slain by that warrior. It was for this that many other heroes, the Panchalas, with all their followers, could be slain by him. Thou shouldst not suffer thy mind to dwell on it. It was not Drona's son that accomplished that act. It was done through the grace of Mahadeva. Do now what should next be done. The end of Sauptikapava. The Mahabharata. Of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 11. Sripava. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Ganguly. 1883 to 1896. Scanned and proofed by Mantra Chaitanya. Additional proofing and formatting at sacredtexts.com by J.B. Hare, October 2003. 1. Jila Pradinakapava. Om. Having bowed down unto Narayana and Nara, the foremost of male beings, and unto the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Janamejaya said, after Duryodhana had fallen and after all the warriors also had fallen, what, O sage, did King Dhritarashtra do on receipt of the intelligence? What also did the high-souled Kuru king Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, do? What did the 3 survivors of the Kuru army, viz. Kripa and the others, do? I have heard everything about the feats of Ashvatthama. Tell me what happened after that mutual denunciation of the curses. Tell me all that Sanjaya said unto the blind old king. Shampayana said, after he had lost his century of sons, King Dhritarashtra, afflicted with grief on that account, cheerless, and looking like a tree shorn of its branches, became overwhelmed with anxiety and lost his power of speech. Possessed of great wisdom, Sanjaya, approaching the monarch, addressed him, saying, Why dost thou grieve, O monarch? Grief does not serve any purpose. 810 Akshayinis of combatants, O king, have been slain. The earth hath become desolate, and is almost empty now. Kings of diverse realms, hailing from diverse quarters, united with thy son, for aiding him in battle, have all laid down their lives. Let now the obsequial rites of thy sires and sons and grandsons and kinsmen and friends and preceptors be performed in due order. Shampayana continued, destitute of sons and counsellors and all his friends, King Dhritarashtra of great energy suddenly fell down on the earth like a tree uprooted by the wind. Dhritarashtra said, Destitute as I am of sons and counsellors and all my friends, I shall, without doubt, have to wander in sorrow over the earth. What need have I now of life itself, left as I am of kinsmen and friends, and resembling as I do a bird shorn of its wings and afflicted with decrepitude? Shorn of kingdom, deprived of kinsmen, and destitute of eyes, I cannot, O thou of great wisdom, shine any longer on earth like a luminary shorn of its splendours. I did not follow the counsels of friends of Jamadani's son, of the celestial Rishi Narada, and of island-born Krishna, while they offered me counsel. In the midst of the assembly, Krishna told me what was for my good, saying, A truce, tense, to hostilities, O king. Let thy son take the whole kingdom. Give but 5 villages to the Pandavas. Fool that I was, for not following that advice. I am now obliged to repent so poignantly. I did not listen to the righteous counsels of Bhishma. Alas, having heard of the slaughter of Duryodhana, whose roars were as deep as those of a bull, having heard also of the death of Dushasana and the extinction of Karna and the setting of the Drona sun, my heart does not break into pieces. I do not, O Sanjaya, remember any evil act committed by me in former days, whose consequences, fool that I am suffering today. Without doubt, I committed great sins in my former lives, for which the Supreme Ordainer has set me to endure such a measure of grief. This destruction of all my kinsmen, this extermination of all my well-wishers and friends, at this old age, has come upon me through the force of destiny. What other man is there on earth who is more afflicted than my wretched self? Since it is so, let the Pandavas behold me this very day firmly resolved to betake myself to the long way that leads to the regions of Brahman. Shampayana continued, while King Dhritarashtra was indulging in such lamentations, Sanjaya addressed him in the following words for dispelling his grief. Cast off thy grief, O monarch. Thou hast heard the conclusions of the Vedas and the contents of diverse scriptures and holy writ from the lips of the old, O king. Thou hast heard those words which the sages said unto Sanjaya while the latter was afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son. When thy son, O monarch, caught the pride that is born of youth, thou didst not accept the counsels offered unto thee by thy well-wishers. Desirous of fruit, thou didst not, through covetousness, do what was really for thy benefit. Thy own intelligence, like a sharp sword, has wounded thee. Thou didst generally pay court to those that were of wicked behaviour. Thy son had Dushasana for his counsellor, and the wicked son of Radha, and the equally wicked Shakuni and Citrasena of foolish understanding, and Salya. Thy son, by his own behaviour, made the whole world his enemy. Thy son, O Bharata, did not obey the words of Bhishma, the reverend chief of the Kurus, of Gandhari and Vidura, of Drona, O king, of Kripa the son of Sharadvata, of the mighty armed Krishna, of the intelligent Narada, of many other rishis, and of Vyasa himself of immeasurable energy. Though possessed of prowess, thy son was of little intelligence, proud, always desirous of battle, wicked, ungovernable, and discontented. Thou art possessed of learning and intelligence, and art always truthful. They that are so righteous and possessed of such intelligence as thou are never stupefied by grief. Virtue was regarded by none of them. Battle was the one word on their lips. For this the Kshatriya order has been exterminated and the fame of thy foes enhanced. Thou hadst occupied the position of an umpire, but thou didst not utter one word of salutary advice. Unfitted as thou wert for the task, thou didst not hold the scales evenly. Every person should, at the outset, adopt such a beneficial line of action that he may not have, in the end, to repent for something already done by him. Through affection for thy son, O monarch, thou didst what was agreeable to Duryodhana. Thou art obliged to repent for that now. It behoveth thee, however, not to give way to grief. The man whose eyes are directed towards only the honey without being once directed to the fall, meets with destruction through his covetousness for honey. Such a man is obliged to repent even like thee. The man who indulges in grief never wins wealth. By grieving one loses the fruits one desires. Grief is again an obstacle to the acquisition of objects dear to us. The man who gives way to grief loses even his salvation. The man who shrouds a burning coal within the folds of his attire and is burnt by the fire that is kindled by it, would be pronounced a fool if he grieves for his injuries. Thyself, with thy son, hadst, with your words, fanned the path of fire, and with your covetousness acting as clarified butter caused that fire to blaze forth into consuming flames. When that fire thus blazed forth, thy sons fell into it like insects. It behoveth thee not, however, to grieve for them now that they have all been burnt in the fire of the enemy's arrow. The tear-stained face, O king, which thou bearest now is not approved by the scriptures or praised by the wise. These tears, like sparks of fire, burn the dead for whom they are shed. Kill thy grief with thy intelligence, and bear thyself up with the strength of thy own self. Thus was the king comforted by the high-souled Sanjaya. Vidura then, O scorcher of foes, once again addressed the king, displaying great intelligence. 2. Shampayana said, Listen, O Janamejaya, to the nectar-like words that Vidura said unto the son of Vichitravirya, and by which he gladdened that bull among men. Vidura said, Rise, O king. Why art thou stretched on the earth? Bear thyself up with thy own self. O king, even this is the final end of all living creatures. Everything must together ends in destruction. Everything that gets high is sure to fall down. Union is certain to end in separation. Life is sure to end in death. The destroyer, O Bharata, drags both the hero and the coward. Why then, O bull amongst Kshatriyas, should not Kshatriyas engage in battle? He that does not fight is seen to escape with life. When, however, one's time comes, O king, one cannot escape. As regards living creatures, they are non-existent at first. They exist in the period that intervenes. In the end they once more become non-existent. What matter of grief then is there in this? The man that indulges in grief succeeds not in meeting with the dead. By indulging in grief, one does not himself die. When the course of the world is such, why dost thou indulge in sorrow? Death drags all creatures, even the gods. There is none dear or hateful to death, O best of the Kuras. As the wind tears off the tops of all blades of grass, even so, O bull of Bharata's race, death overmasters all creatures. All creatures are like members of a caravan bound for the same destination. When death will encounter all, it matters very little whom he meets with first. It behoveth thee not, O king, to grieve for those that have been slain in battle. If the scriptures are any authority, all of them must have obtained the highest end. All of them were versed in the Vedas, all of them had observed vows. Facing the foe, all of them have met with death. What matter of sorrow is there in this? Invisible they had been, before birth. Having come from that unknown region, they have once more become invisible. They are not thine, nor art thou theirs. What grief then is there in such disappearance? If slain, one wins heaven. By slaying, fame is won. Both these, with respect to us, are productive of great merit. Battle, therefore, is not bootless. No doubt, Indra will contrive for them regions capable of granting every wish. These, O bull among men, become the guests of Indra. Men cannot, by sacrifices with profuse gifts, by ascetic penances and by learning, go so speedily to heaven as heroes slain in battle. On the bodies of hostile heroes constituting the sacrificial fire, they poured their arrowy libations. Possessed of great energy, they had in return to endue arrowy libations, poured upon them by their enemies. I tell thee, O king, that for a Kshatriya in this world there is not a better road to heaven than battle. They were all high-souled Kshatriyas, possessed of bravery, they were ornaments of assemblies. They have attained it to a high state of blessedness. They are not persons for whom we should grieve. Comforting thyself by thy own self, cease to grieve, O bull among men. It behoveth thee not to suffer thyself to be overwhelmed with sorrow and to abandon all actions. There are thousands of mothers and fathers and sons and wives in this world. Whose are they, and whose are we? From day to day thousands of causes spring up for sorrow and thousands of causes for fear. These, however, affect the ignorant but are nothing to him that is wise. There is none dear or hateful to time, O best of the Kuras. Time is indifferent to none. All are equally dragged by time. Time causeth all creatures to grow, and it is time that destroyeth everything. When all else is asleep, time is awake. Time is irresistible. Youth, beauty, life, possessions, health, and the companionship of friends, all are unstable. He that is wise will never covet any of these. It behoveth thee not to grieve for what is universal. A person may, by indulging in grief, himself perish, but grief itself, by being indulged in, never becomes light. If thou feelest thy grief to be heavy, it should be counteracted by not indulging in it. Even this is the medicine for grief, viz., that one should not indulge in it. By dwelling on it, one cannot lessen it. On the other hand, it grows with indulgence. Upon the advent of evil or upon the bereavement of something that is dear, only they that are of little intelligence suffer their minds to be afflicted with grief. This is neither profit, nor religion, nor happiness, on which thy heart is dwelling. The indulgence of grief is the certain means of one's losing one's objects. Through it, one falls away from the three great ends of life, religion, profit, and pleasure. They that are destitute of contentment are stupefied on the accession of vicissitudes dependent upon the possession of wealth. They, however, that are wise, are on the other hand, unaffected by such vicissitudes. One should kill mental grief by wisdom, just as physical grief should be killed by medicine. Wisdom hath this power. They, however, that are foolish, can never obtain tranquillity of soul. The acts of a former life closely follow a man, insomuch that they lie by him when he lies down, stay by him when he stays, and run with him when he runs. In those conditions of life in which one acts well or ill, one enjoys or suffers the fruit thereof in similar conditions. In those forms of physical organization in which one performs particular acts, one enjoys or suffers the fruits thereof in similar forms. One's own self is one's own friend, as, indeed, one's own self is one's own enemy. One's own self is the witness of one's acts, good and evil. From good acts springs a state of happiness, from sinful deeds springs woe. One always obtains the fruit of one's acts. One never enjoys or suffers weal or woe that is not the fruit of one's own acts. Intelligent persons like thee, O king, never sink in sinful enormities that are disapproved by knowledge and that strike at the very root of virtue and happiness. 3. Dhritarashtra said, O thou of great wisdom, my grief has been dispelled by thy excellent words. I desire, however, to again hear thee speak. How, indeed, do those that are wise free themselves from mental grief born of the advent of evils and the bereavement of objects that are dear? Vidura said, He that is wise obtains tranquillity by subduing both grief and joy through means by which one may escape from grief and joy. All those things about which we are anxious, O bull among men, are ephemeral. The world is like a plantain tree, without enduring strength. Since the wise and the foolish, the rich and the poor, all, divested of their anxieties, sleep on the crematorium, with bodies reft of flesh and full of bare bones and shriveled sinews, whom amongst them will the survivors look upon as possessed of distinguishing marks by which the attributes of birth and beauty may be ascertained. When all are equal in death, why should human beings, whose understandings are always deceived by the things of this world, covet one another's rank and position? The learned say that the bodies of men are like houses. In time these are destroyed. There is one being, however, that is eternal. As a person, casting off one attire, whether old or new, wears another, even such is the case with the bodies of all embodied beings. O son of Vichitravirya, creatures obtain weal or woe as the fruit of their own acts. Through their acts they obtain heaven, O Bharata, O bliss, or woe. Whether able or unable, they have to bear their burdens which are the result of their own acts. As amongst earthen pots some break while still on the potter's wheel, some while partially shaped, some as soon as brought into shape, some after removal from the wheel, some while in course of being removed, some after removal, some while wet, some while dry, some while being burnt, some while being removed from the kiln, some after removal therefrom, and some while being used. Even such is the case with the bodies of embodied creatures. Some are destroyed while yet in the womb, some after coming out of the womb, some on the day after, some on the expiration of a fortnight or of a month, some on the expiration of a year or of 2 years, some in youth, some in middle age, and some when old. Creatures are born or destroyed according to their acts in previous lives. When such is the course of the world, why do you then indulge in grief? As men, while swimming in sport on the water, sometimes dive and sometimes emerge, O king, even so creatures sink and emerge in life's stream. They that are of little wisdom suffer or meet with destruction as the result of their own acts. They, however, that are wise, observant of virtue, and desirous of doing good unto all living creatures, they, acquainted with the real nature of the appearance of creatures in this world, attain at last to the highest end. 4. Dhritarashtra said, O of foremost speakers, how may the wilderness of this world be known? I desire to hear this. Asked by me, tell me this. Vidura said, I will describe to thee all the acts of creatures from their first conception. At the outset it lives in the admixture of blood and the vital fluid. Then it grows little by little. Then, on the expiry of the 5th month, it assumes shape. It next becomes a fetus with all its limbs completed, and lives in a very impure place, covered with flesh and blood. Then, through the action of the wind, its lower limbs are turned upwards and the head comes downwards. Arriving in this posture at the mouth of the uterus, it suffers manifold woes. In consequence of the contractions of the uterus, the creature then comes out of it, endued with the results of all his previous acts. He then encounters in this world other evils that rush towards him. Calamities proceed towards him like dogs at the scent of meat. Next, diverse diseases approach him while he is enchained by his previous acts. Bound by the chains of the senses and women and wealth and other sweet things of life, diverse evil practices also approach him then, O king. Seized by these, he never obtains happiness. At that season he succeeds not in obtaining the fruit of his acts, right or wrong. They, however, that set their hearts on reflection, succeed in protecting their souls. The person governed by his senses does not know that death has come at his door. At last, dragged by the messengers of the destroyer, he meets with destruction at the appointed time. Agitated by his senses, for whatever good and evil has been done at the outset, and having enjoyed or suffered the fruits of these, he once more becomes indifferent to his acts of self-slaughter. Alas, the world is deceived, and covetousness brings it under its dominion. Deprived of understanding by covetousness, wrath, and fear, one knows not one's own self. Filled with joy at one's own respectability of birth, one is seen to traduce those that are not high-born. Swelled also with pride of wealth, one is seen to contempt the poor. One regards others to be ignorant fools, but seldom takes a survey of one's own self. One attributes faults to others but is never desirous to punish one's own self. Since the wise and the ignorant, the rich and the poor, the high-born and the low-born, the honored and the dishonored, all go to the place of the dead and sleep, the freed from every anxiety, with bodies divested of flesh and full only of bones united by dried-up tendons, whom amongst them would the survivors look upon as distinguished above the others, and by what signs would they ascertain the attributes of birth and beauty? When all, stretched after the same fashion, sleep on the bare ground, why then should men, taking leave of their senses, desire to deceive one another? He that, looking at this saying, in the scriptures, with his own eyes or hearing it from others, practiseth virtue in this unstable world of life, and adhereth to it from early age, attaineth to the highest end. Learning all this, he that adhereth to truth, O king, succeedeth in passing over all paths. 5. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me in detail everything about the ways of that intelligence by which this wilderness of duties may be safely covered. Vidura said, Having bowed down to the self-create, I will obey thy behest by telling thee how the great sages speak of the wilderness of life. A certain Brahmana, living in the great world, found himself on one occasion in a large inaccessible forest teeming with beasts of prey. It abounded on every side with lions and other animals looking like elephants, all of which were engaged in roaring aloud. Such was the aspect of that forest that Yama himself would take fright at it. Beholding the forest, the heart of the Brahmana became exceedingly agitated. His hair stood on end, and other signs of fear manifested themselves. O scorcher of foes! Entering it, he began to run hither and thither, casting his eyes on every point of the compass for finding out somebody whose shelter he might seek. Wishing to avoid those terrible creatures, he ran in fright. He could not succeed, however, in distancing them or freeing himself from their presence. He then saw that that terrible forest was surrounded with net, and that a frightful woman stood there, stretching her arms. That large forest was also encompassed by many 5-headed snakes of dreadful forms, tall as cliffs and touching the very heavens. Within it was a pit whose mouth was covered with many hard and unyielding creepers and herbs. The Brahmana, in course of his wanderings, fell into that invisible pit. He became entangled in those clusters of creepers that were interwoven with one another, like the large fruit of a jack tree hanging by its stalk. He continued to hang there, feet upwards and head downwards. While he was in that posture, diverse other calamities overtook him. He beheld a large and mighty snake within the pit. He also saw a gigantic elephant near its mouth. That elephant, dark in complexion, had 6 faces and 12 feet. And the animal gradually approached that pit covered with creepers and trees. About the twigs of the tree that stood at the mouth of the pit roved many bees of frightful forms, employed from before in drinking the honey gathered in their comb, about which they swarmed in large numbers. Repeatedly they desired, O bull of Bharata's race, to taste that honey which, though sweet to all creatures, could, however, attract children only. The honey, collected in the comb, fell in many jets below. The person who was hanging in the pit continually drank those jets. Employed, in such a distressful situation, in drinking that honey, his thirst, however, could not be appeased. Unsatiated with repeated draughts, the person desired for more. Even then, O king, he did not become indifferent to life. Even there, the man continued to hope for existence. A number of black and white rats were eating away the roots of that tree. There was fear from the beasts of prey, from that fierce woman on the outskirts of that forest, from that snake at the bottom of the well, from that elephant near its top, from the fall of the tree through the action of the rats, and lastly from those bees flying about for tasting the honey. In that plight he continued to dwell, deprived of his senses, in that wilderness, never losing at any time the hope of prolonging his life. 6. Dhritarashtra said, Alas, great was the distress of that person, and very painful his mode of life. Tell me, O first of speakers, whence was his attachment to life, and whence his happiness? Where is that region, so unfavourable to the practice of virtue, in which that person resides? Oh, tell me, how will that man be freed from all those great terrors? Tell me all this. We shall then exert ourselves properly for him. My compassion has been greatly moved by the difficulties that lie in the way of his rescue. Vidura said, They that are conversant, O monarch, with the religion of moksha cite this as a simile. Understanding this properly, a person may attain to bliss in the regions hereafter. That which is described as the wilderness is the great world. The inaccessible forest within it is the limited sphere of one's own life. Those that have been mentioned as beasts of prey are the diseases to which we are subject. That woman of gigantic proportions residing in the forest is identified by the wise with decrepitude, which destroys complexion and beauty. That which has been spoken of as the pit is the body or physical frame of embodied creatures. The huge snake dwelling in the bottom of that pit is time, the destroyer of all embodied creatures. It is, indeed, the universal destroyer. The cluster of creepers growing in that pit and attached to whose spreading stems the man hangeth down is the desire for life which is cherished by every creature. The 6-faced elephant, O king, which proceeds towards the tree standing at the mouth of the pit is spoken of as the year. Its 6 faces are the seasons, and its 12 feet are the 12 months. The rats and the snakes that are cutting off the tree are said to be days and nights that are continually lessening the periods of life of all creatures. Those that have been described as bees are our desires. The numerous jets that are dropping honey are the pleasures derived from the gratification of our desires, and to which men are seen to be strongly addicted. The wise know life's course to be even such. Through that knowledge they succeed in tearing off its bonds. 7. Dhritarashtra said, Excellent is this parable that thou hast recited. Indeed, thou art acquainted with truth. Having listened to thy nectar-like speech, I desire to hear thee more. Vidura said, Listen to me, O king. I shall once more discourse in detail on those means and acquaintance with which enable the wise to free themselves from the ties of the world. As a person, O king, who has to travel a long way is sometimes obliged to halt when fatigued with toil, even so, O Bharata, they that are of little intelligence, travelling along the extended way of life, have to make frequent halts in the shape of repeated births in the womb. They, however, that are wise are free from that obligation. Men conversant with the scriptures, for this, describe life's course as a long way. The wise also call life's round with all its difficulties a forest. Creatures, O bull of Bharata's race, whether mobile or immobile, have to repeatedly return to the world. The wise alone escape. The diseases, mental and physical, to which mortals are subject, whether visible or invisible, are spoken of as beasts of prey by the wise. Men are always afflicted and impeded by them, O Bharata. Then again, those fierce beasts of prey, represented by their own acts in life, never cause any anxiety to them that are of little intelligence. If any person, O monarch, somehow escapes from diseases, decrepitude, that destroyer of beauty, overwhelms him afterwards. Plunged in the slough by the objects of the different senses, sound and form and taste and touch and scent, man remains without anything to rescue him thence. Meanwhile, the years, the seasons, the months, the fortnights, the days, and the nights, coming one after another, gradually despoil him of beauty and lessen the period allotted to him. These all are messengers of death. They, however, that are of little understanding know them not to be such. The wise say that all creatures are governed by the ordainer through their acts. The body of a creature is called the car. The living principle is the driver of that car. The senses are said to be steeds. Our acts and the understanding are the traces. He who followeth after those running steeds has to come repeatedly to this world in a round of rebirths. He, however, who, being self-restrained, restrains them by his understanding, hath not to come back. They, however, that are not stupefied while wandering in this wheel of life that is revolving like a real wheel, do not in reality wander in a round of rebirths. He that is wise should certainly take care to prevent the obligation of rebirth. One should not be indifferent to this, for indifference may subject us to it repeatedly. The man, O king, who has restrained his senses and subdued wrath and covetousness, who is contented and truthful in speech, succeeds in obtaining peace. This body is called the car of Yama. Then those that are of little intelligence are stupefied by it. Such a person, O king, would obtain that which thou hast obtained. The loss of kingdom, of friends, and of children, O Bharata, and such as these, overtake him who is still under the influence of desire. He that is wise should apply the medicine of intelligence to all great griefs. Indeed, obtaining the medicine of wisdom, which is truly very efficacious and is almost unattainable, the man of restrained soul would kill that serious disease called sorrow. Neither prowess, nor wealth, nor friends, nor well-wishers can cure a man of his grief so effectually as the self-restrained soul. Therefore, observant of the great duty of abstention from all injuries, or friendship for all creatures, be of pious behavior, O Bharata. Self-restraint, renunciation, and heedfulness are the three steeds of Brahman. He who rides on the car of his soul, and to which are yoked these steeds with the aid of traces furnished by good conduct, and drives it, casting off all fear of death, proceedeth, O king, to the regions of Brahman. That person, O monarch, who gives unto all creatures an assurance of his harmlessness, goes to the highest of regions, the blessed realm of Vishnu. The fruit that one obtains by an assurance unto all creatures of his harmlessness cannot be obtained by 1,000 sacrifices or by daily fasts. Amongst all things there is certainly nothing dearer than self. Death is certainly disliked by all creatures, O Bharata. Therefore, compassion should certainly be shown unto all. Endued with diverse kinds of errors, entangled by the net of their own intelligence, they that are wicked and of good vision, wander repeatedly on the earth. They, however, that are wise and endued with subtle sight, attain to a union with Brahman. 8. Champayana said, even after hearing the words of Vidura, the chief of the Kuras, afflicted with grief on account of the death of his sons, fell down senseless on the earth. Beholding him fall down in that state, his friends, as also the island-born Vyasa, and Vidura, and Sanjaya, and other well-wishers, and the attendants who used to wait at the gates and who enjoyed his confidence, sprinkled cool water over his body, and fanned him with palm leaves, and gently rubbed him with their hands. For a long while they comforted the king while in that condition. The monarch, recovering his senses after a long time, wept for a long while, overwhelmed with grief on account of the death of his sons. He said, "Fie on the state of humanity! Fie on the human body! The woes that are suffered in this life frequently arise from the very state of humanity. Alas, O Lord, great is the grief, like poison or fire, that one suffers at the loss of sons, of wealth, of kinsmen, and relatives. That grief causes the limbs to burn and our wisdom to be destroyed. Overwhelmed with that grief, a person regards death to be preferable. This calamity that has overtaken me through ill luck is even like that. It will not, I see, end except with life itself. O best of regenerate ones, I shall, therefore, put an end to my life this very day." Having said these words unto his high sire, that foremost of all persons conversant with Brahman, Dhritarashtra, overwhelmed with grief, became stupefied. The king, O monarch, reflecting on his woes, became speechless. Hearing these words of his, the puissant Vyasa thus spoke unto his son afflicted with grief on account of the death of his children. Vyasa said, "O mighty armed Dhritarashtra, listen to what I say. Thou art possessed of learning, thou hast great intelligence, and thou, O puissant one, art skilled in understanding duties. Nothing of that which should be known is unknown to thee, O scorcher of foes. Without doubt, thou knowest the instability of all things doomed to death. When the world of life is unstable, when this world itself is not eternal, when life is sure to end in death, why then, O Bharata, dost thou grieve? Before thy very eyes, O king, the concatenation of facts brought about by time making thy son the cause, produced this hostility. This destruction of the Kuras, O king, was inevitable. Why then dost thou grieve for those heroes that have attained it to the highest end? O thou of mighty arms, the high-souled Vidura knew everything. With all his might he had endeavored, O king, to bring about peace. It is my opinion that the course marked out by destiny cannot be controlled by anyone, even if one struggles for eternity. The course that was settled by the gods was heard directly by me. I will recite it to thee, so that tranquility of mind may be thine. Once before, without any fatigue, I repaired very quickly to the court of Indra. There I beheld all the denizens of heaven assembled together. There were, O sinless one, all the celestial rishis also, headed by Narada. There, O monarch, I saw also the earth, in her embodied form. The latter had repaired to the gods for the accomplishment of a particular mission. Approaching the gods, she said, "That which ye all should do for me hath, ye blessed ones, been already promised by you while you were in Brahma's abode. Let that be accomplished soon." Hearing these words of hers, Vishnu, the adored of all the worlds, smilingly addressed her in the midst of the celestial conclave, saying, "The eldest of the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, who is known by the name of Duryodhana, will accomplish thy business. Through that king, thy purpose will be achieved. For his sake, many kings will assemble together on the field of Kuru. Capable of smiting, they will cause one another to be slain through the instrumentality of hard weapons. It is evident, O goddess, that thy burthen will then be lightened in battle. Go quickly to thy own place and continue to bear the weight of creatures, O beauteous one. From this thou wilt understand, O king, that thy son Duryodhana, born in Gandhari's womb, was a portion of Kali, sprung for the object of causing a universal slaughter. He was vindictive, restless, wrathful, and difficult of being gratified. Through the influence of destiny, his brothers also became like him. Shakuni became his maternal uncle and Karna his great friend. Many other kings were born on earth for aiding in the work of destruction. As the king is, so do his subjects become. If the king becomes righteous, even unrighteousness, in his dominions, assumes the shape of righteousness. Servants, without doubt, are affected by the merits and defects of their masters. Those sons of thine, O king, having obtained a bad king, have all been destroyed. Conversant with truth, Narada knew all this. Thy sons, through their own faults, have been destroyed, O king. Do not grieve for them, O monarch. There is no cause for grief. The Pandavas have not, O Bharata, the least fault in what has happened. Thy sons were all of wicked souls. It is they that caused this destruction on earth. Blessed be thou. Narada had truly informed Yudhishthira of all this in his court on the occasion of the Rajasuya sacrifice, saying, the Pandavas and the Kauravas, encountering each other, will meet with destruction. Do that, O son of Kunti, which thou shouldst. Upon these words of Narada, the Pandavas became filled with grief. I have thus told thee that which is an eternal secret of the gods. This will destroy thy grief and restore to thee a love of thy life breath, and cause thee to cherish affection for the Pandavas, for all that has happened has been due to what had been ordained by the gods. O thou of mighty arms, I had learnt all this some time before. I also spoke of it to King Yudhishthira that just on the occasion of his foremost of sacrifices, the Rajasuya, when I secretly informed him of all this, Dharma's son endeavoured his best for preserving peace with the Kauravas. That, however, which is ordained by the gods proved too powerful to be frustrated by him. The fiat, O king of the destroyer, is incapable of being baffled anyhow by mobile and immobile creatures. Thou art devoted to virtue and possessed of superior intelligence, O Bharata. Thou knowest also that which is the way and that which is not the way of all creatures. If King Yudhishthira learns that thou art burning with grief and losing thy senses frequently, he will cast off his very life-breath. He is always compassionate and possessed of wisdom. His kindness extends even to all the inferior creatures. How is it possible, O king, that he will not show compassion to thee, O monarch? At my command, and knowing that what is ordained is inevitable, as also from kindness to the Pandavas, continue to bear thy life, O Bharata. If thou livest thus, thy fame will spread in the world. Thou shalt then be able to acquire a knowledge of all duties and find many years for obtaining ascetic merit. This grief for the death of thy sons that has arisen in thy heart, like a blazing fire, should always be extinguished, O king, by the water of wisdom. Vshampayana continued, hearing these words of Vyasa of immeasurable energy and reflecting upon them for a little while, Dhritarashtra said, O best of regenerate ones, I am exceedingly afflicted by a heavy load of grief. My senses are repeatedly forsaking me and I am unable to bear up my own self. Hearing, however, these words of thine about what had been ordained by the gods, I shall not think of casting off my life-breath and shall live and act without indulging in grief. Hearing these words of Dhritarashtra, O monarch, Satyavati's son, Vyasa, disappeared then and there. 9. Janamejaya said, after the holy Vyasa had departed, what, O regenerate sage, did King Dhritarashtra do? It behoveth thee to tell me this. What also did the Kuru king, the Hysal son of Dharma, do? And how did those three, Kripa and others, do? I have heard of the feats of Ashvatthama and the mutual denouncement of curses. Tell me what happened next and what Sanjaya next said, unto the old king. Champayana said, after Duryodhana had been slain and all the troops slaughtered, Sanjaya, deprived of his spiritual sight, came back to Dhritarashtra. Sanjaya said, the kings of diverse peoples, that came from diverse realms, have all, O king, gone to the regions of the dead, along with thy sons. Thy son, O king, who had constantly been implored for peace, but who always wished to terminate his hostility with the Pandavas by slaughtering them, has caused the earth to be exterminated. Do thou, O king, cause the obsequial rites of thy sons and grandsons and sires to be performed according to due order. Champayana continued, hearing these terrible words of Sanjaya, the king fell down on the earth and lay motionless like one deprived of life. Approaching the monarch who was lying prostrate on the earth, Vidura, conversant with every duty, said these words, Rise, O king, why dost thou lie down thus? Do not grieve, O bull of Bharata's race. Even this, O Lord of earth, is the final end of all creatures. At first creatures are non-existent. In the interim, O Bharata, they become existent. At the end, they once more become non-existent. What cause of sorrow is there in all this? By indulging in grief, one cannot get back the dead. By indulging in grief, one cannot die himself. When such is the course of the world, why dost thou indulge in grief? One may die without having been engaged in battle. One also escapes with life after being engaged in battle. When one's time comes, O king, one cannot escape. Time drags all kinds of creatures. There is none dear or hateful to time, O best of the Kuras. As the wind tears off the ends of all blades of grass, even so all creatures, O bull of Bharata's race, are brought by time under its influence. All creatures are like members of the same caravan bound for the same destination. What cause of sorrow is there if time meets with one a little earlier than with another? Those, again, O king, that have fallen in battle and for whom thou grievest, are not really objects of thy grief, since all those illustrious ones have gone to heaven. By sacrifices with profuse presents, by ascetic austerities, and by knowledge, people cannot so easily repair to heaven as heroes by courage in battle. All those heroes were conversant with the Vedas, all of them were observant of vows, all of them have perished, facing the foe in battle. What cause of sorrow then is there? They poured their arrowy libations upon the bodies of their brave foes as upon a fire. Foremost of men, they bore in return the arrowy libations poured upon themselves. I tell thee, O king, that there is no better way to heaven for a Kshatriya than through battle. All of them were high-souled Kshatriyas, all of them were heroes and ornaments of assemblies. They have attained it to a high state of blessedness. One should not grieve for them. Do thou comfort thy own self. Do not grieve, O bull among men. It behoveth thee not to suffer thyself to be overwhelmed with sorrow and abandon all action. 10. Champayana said, hearing these words of Vidura, that bull of Bharata's race, Dhritarashtra ordered his car to be yoked. The king once more said, Bring Gandhari hither without delay, and all the Bharata ladies. Bring hither Kunti also, as well as all the other ladies with her. Having said these words unto Vidura, conversant with every duty, Dhritarashtra of righteous soul, deprived of his senses by sorrow, ascended on his car. Then Gandhari, afflicted with grief on account of the death of her sons, accompanied by Kunti and the other ladies of the royal household, came at the command of her lord to that spot where the latter was waiting for her. Afflicted with grief, they came together to the king. As they met, they accosted each other and uttered loud wails of woe. Then Vidura, who had become more afflicted than those ladies, began to comfort them. Placing those weeping fair ones on the cars that stood ready for them, he set out with them from the city. At that time a loud wail of woe arose from every Kuru house. The whole city, including the very children, became exceedingly afflicted with grief. Those ladies that had not before this been seen by the very gods were now helpless, as they were, for the loss of their lords, seen by the common people. With their beautiful dresses all dishevelled and their ornaments cast off, those ladies, each attired in a single piece of raiment, proceeded most woefully. Indeed, they issued from their houses resembling white mountains, like a dappled herd of deer from their mountain caves after the fall of their leader. These fair ladies, in successive bevies, O king, came out, filled with sorrow, and ran hither and thither like a herd of fillies on a circus yard. Seizing each other by the hand, they uttered loud wails after the sons and brothers and sires. They seemed to exhibit the scene that takes place on the occasion of the universal destruction at the end of the Yuga. Weeping and crying and running hither and thither, and deprived of their senses by grief, they knew not what to do. Those ladies who formerly felt the blush of modesty in the presence of even companions of their own sex, now felt no blush of shame, though scantily clad, in appearing before their mothers-in-law. Formerly they used to comfort each other while afflicted with even slight causes of woe. Stupefied by grief, they now, O king, refrained from even casting their eyes upon each other. Surrounded by those thousands of wailing ladies, the king cheerlessly issued out of the city and proceeded with speed towards the field of battle. Artisans and traders and pshires and all kinds of mechanics, issuing out of the city, followed in the wake of the king. As those ladies, afflicted by the wholesale destruction that had overtaken the Kurus, cried in sorrow, a loud wail arose from among them that seemed to pierce all the worlds. All creatures that heard that wail thought that the hour of universal destruction had come, when all things would be consumed by the fire that arises at the end of the Yuga. The citizens, also, of Hastinapura, devoted to the house of Kuru, with hearts filled with anxiety at the destruction that had overtaken their rules, set up, O king, a wail that was as loud as that uttered by those ladies. 11. Vshampayana said, Dhritarashtra had not proceeded for more than 2 miles when he met with those 3 great car warriors, Sharadvata's son Kripa, Drona's son, Ashvatthama, and Kritavarma. As soon as the latter obtained a sight of the blind monarch possessed of great power, the 3 heroes sighed in grief and with voices choked in tears weepingly addressed him, saying, Thy royal son, O king, having achieved the most difficult feats, has, with all his followers, gone to the region of Indra. We are the only 3 car warriors of Duryodhana's army that have escaped with life. All the others, O bull of Bharata's race, have perished. Having said these words unto the king, Sharadvata's son Kripa, addressing the grief-afflicted Gandhari, said these words unto her, Thy sons have fallen while engaged in achieving feats worthy of heroes, while fearlessly fighting in battle and striking down large numbers of foes. Without doubt, having obtained those bright worlds that are attainable only by the use of weapons, they are sporting the like celestials, having assumed resplendent forms. Amongst those heroes there was no one that turned back from battle. Every one of them has fallen at the end or edge of weapons. None of them joined his hands, begging for quarter. Death in battle at the end or edge of weapons has been said by the ancients to be the highest end that a kshatriya can obtain. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to grieve for any of them. Their foes, O queen, the Pandavas, too, have not been more fortunate. Listen, what we, headed by Ashvatthama, have done unto them. Learning that thy son had been slain unrighteously by Bhima, we slaughtered the Pandavas after entering their camp buried in sleep. All the Bankalas have been slain. Indeed, all the sons of Drupada, as also all the sons of Draupadi, have been slaughtered. Having caused this carnage of the sons of our foes, we are flying away, since we three are incapable of standing in battle with them. Our foes, the Pandavas, are all heroes and mighty bowmen. They will soon come up with us, filled with rage, for taking vengeance on us. Hearing the slaughter of their sons, those bulls among men, infuriated with rage, those heroes, O illustrious lady, will speedily pursue our track. Having caused a carnage in their sleeping camp, we dare not stay. Grant us permission, O Queen. It behoveth thee not to set thy heart on sorrow. Grant us thy permission also, O King. Summon all thy fortitude. Do thou also observe the duties of a Kshatriya in their highest form. Having said these words unto the king, and circumambulating him, Kripa and Gritavama and Drona's son, O Bharata, without being able to withdraw their eyes from King Dhritarashtra, possessed of great wisdom, urged their steeds towards the banks of the Ganga. Moving away from that spot, O king, those great car warriors, with hearts plunged in anxiety, took one another's leave and separated from one another. Sharadvata's son, Kripa, went to Hastinapura. Pridika's son repaired to his own kingdom, while the son of Drona set for the asylum of Vyasa. Even thus those heroes, who had offended the Hysal sons of Pandu, respectively proceeded to the places they selected, afflicted with fear and casting their eyes on one another. Having met the king thus, those brave chastisers of foes, before the sun rose, went away, O monarch, to the places they choose. It was after this, O king, that the sons of Pandu, those great car warriors, encountered the son of Drona, and putting forth their prowess, vanquished him, O monarch, in the way already related. 12. Shampayana said, after all the warriors had been slaughtered, King Yudhishthira the just heard that his uncle Dhritarashtra had set out from the city called after the elephant. Afflicted with grief on account of the death of his sons, Yudhishthira, O king, accompanied by his brothers, set out for meeting his uncle, filled with sorrow and overwhelmed with grief for the slaughter of his 100 sons. The son of Kunti was followed by the high-souled and heroic Krishna of Dasaha's race, and by Ayudhana, as also by Uitsu. The princess Draupadi also, burning with grief, and accompanied by those Panchala ladies that were with her, sorrowfully followed her lord. Yudhishthira beheld near the banks of the Ganga, O king, the crowd of Bharata ladies afflicted with woe and crying like a flight of she-ospreys. The king was soon surrounded by those thousands of ladies who, with arms raised aloft in grief, were indulging in loud lamentations and giving expression to all kinds of words, agreeable and disagreeable. Where, indeed, is that righteousness of the king? Where is truth and compassion, since he has slain sires and brothers and preceptors and sons and friends? How, O mighty armed one, hath thy heart become tranquil after causing Drona, and thy grandsire Bhishma, and Jayadratha, to be slaughtered? What need hast thou of sovereignty, after having seen thy sires and brothers, O Bharata, and the irresistible Abhimanyu and the sons of Draupadi, thus slaughtered? Passing over those ladies crying like a flight of she-ospreys, the mighty armed king Yudhishthira the just saluted the feet of his eldest uncle. Having saluted their sire according to custom, those slayers of foes, the Pandavas, announced themselves to him, each uttering his own name. Dhritarashtra, exceedingly afflicted with grief on account of the slaughter of his sons, then reluctantly embraced the eldest son of Pandu, who was the cause of that slaughter. Having embraced Yudhishthira the just and spoken a few words of comfort to him, O Bharata, the wicked Dhritarashtra sought for Bhima, like a blazing fire ready to burn everything that would approach it. Indeed, that fire of his wrath, fanned by the wind of his grief, seemed then to be ready to consume the Bhima forest. ascertaining the evil intentions cherished by him towards Bhima, Krishna, dragging away the real Bhima, presented an iron statue of the second son of Pandu to the old king. Possessed of great intelligence, Krishna had, at the very outset, understood the intentions of Dhritarashtra, and had, therefore, kept such a contrivance ready for baffling them. Seizing with his 2 arms that iron Bhima, King Dhritarashtra, possessed of great strength, broke into pieces, thinking it to be Bhima himself in flesh and blood. Endued with might equal to that of 10,000 elephants, the king reduced that statue into fragments. His own breast, however, became considerably bruised and he began to vomit blood. Covered with blood, the king fell down on the ground like a parijata tree topped with its flowery burden. His learned Charadiya Sanjaya, the son of Gavalgana, raised the monarch and soothing and comforting him, said, "Do not act so." The king then, having cast off his wrath and returned to his normal disposition, became filled with grief and began to weep aloud, saying, "Alas, O Bhima, alas, O Bhima," understanding that he was no longer under the influence of wrath, and that he was truly sorry for having, as he believed, killed Bhima. Vasudeva, that foremost of men, said these words, "Do not grieve, O Dhritarashtra, for thou hast not slain Bhimasena. That is an iron statue, O king, which has been broken by thee. Understanding that thou wert filled with rage, O bull of Bharata's race, I dragged the son of Kunti away from within the jaws of death. O tiger among kings, there is none equal to thee in strength of body. What man is there, O mighty armed one, that would endure pressure of thy arms? Indeed, as no one can escape with life from an encounter with the destroyer himself, even so no body can come out safe from within thy embrace. It was for this that yonder iron statue of Bhima, which had been caused to be made by thy son, had been kept ready for thee. Through grief for the death of thy sons, thy mind has fallen off from righteousness. It is for this, O great king, that thou seekest to slay Bhimasena. The slaughter of Bhima, however, O king, would do thee no good. Thy sons, O monarch, would not be revived by it. Therefore, do thou approve of what has been by us with a view to secure peace, and do not set thy heart on grief. 13. Vshampayana said, certain maidservants then came to the king for washing him. After he had been duly washed, the slayer of Madhu again addressed him, saying, Thou hast, O king, read the Vedas and diverse scriptures. Thou hast heard all old histories, and everything about the duties of kings. Thou art learned, possessed of great wisdom, and indifferent to strength and weakness. Why then dost thou cherish such wrath when all that has overtaken thee is the result of thy own fault? I spoke to thee before the battle. Both Bhishma and Drona, O Bharata, did the same, as also Vijura and Sanjaya. Thou didst not, however, then follow our advice. Indeed, though exhorted by us, thou didst not yet act according to the counsels we offered, knowing that the Pandavas were superior to thee and thine, O Kauravya, in strength and courage. That king who is capable of seeing his own faults and knows the distinctions of place and time, obtains great prosperity. That person, however, who, though counselled by well-wishers, does not accept their words, good or bad, meets with distress and is obliged to grieve in consequence of the evil policy he pursues. Observe thou a different course of life now, O Bharata. Thou didst not keep thy soul under restraint, but suffered thyself to be ruled by Duryodhana. That which has come upon thee is due to thy own fault. Why then dost thou seek to slay Bhima? Recollecting thy own faults, govern thy wrath now. That mean wretch who had, from pride, caused the princess of Panchala to be brought into the assembly has been slain by Bhimasena in just revenge. Look at thy own evil acts as also at those of thy wicked son. The sons of Bandu are perfectly innocent. Yet have they been treated most cruelly by thee and him. Vshampayana continued, after he had thus been told nothing but the truth by Krishna, O monarch, King Dhritarashtra replied unto Devaki's son, saying, It is even so, O thou of mighty arms. What thou sayest, O Madhava, is perfectly true. It is parental affection, O thou of righteous soul, that caused me to fall away from righteousness. By good luck, that tiger among men, the mighty Bhima of true prowess, protected by thee, came not within my embrace. Now, however, I am free from wrath and fever. I desire eagerly, O Madhava, to embrace that hero, the second son of Pandu. When all the kings have been dead, when my children are no more, upon the sons of Pandu depend my welfare and happiness. Having said these words, the old king then embraced those princes of excellent frames, Bhima and Dhananjaya, and those two foremost of men, the two sons of Madri, and wept, and comforted, and pronounced blessings upon them. 14. Vshampayana said, commanded by Dhritarashtra, those bulls of Kuru's race, the Pandava brothers, accompanied by Keshava, then proceeded to see Gandhari. The faultless Gandhari, afflicted with grief on account of the death of her 100 sons, recollecting that King Yudhishthira the Just had slain all his enemies, wished to curse him. Understanding her evil intentions towards the Pandavas, the son of Satyavati addressed himself for counteracting them at the very outset. Having cleansed himself by the sacred and fresh water of the Ganga, the great Rishi, capable of proceeding everywhere at will with the fleetness of the mind, came to that spot. Capable of seeing the heart of every creature with his spiritual vision and with his mind directed towards it, the sage made his appearance there. Endued with great ascetic merit and ever intent on saying what was for the benefit of creatures, the Rishi, addressing his daughter-in-law at the proper moment, said, Do not avail thyself of this opportunity for denouncing a curse. On the other hand, utilize it for showing thy forgiveness. Thou shouldst not be angry with the Pandavas, O Gandhari. Set thy heart on peace. Restrain the words that are about to fall from thy lips. Listen to my advice. Thy son, desirous of victory, had besought thee every day for the 18 days that battle lasted, saying, O mother, bless me who am fighting with my foes. Implored every day in these words by thy son desirous of victory, the answer thou always gavest him was, There is victory where righteousness is. I do not, O Gandhari, remember that any words spoken by thee have become false. Those words, therefore, that thou, implored by Duryodhana, saidst unto him, could not be false. Thou art always employed in the good of all creatures. Having without doubt reached the other shore in that dreadful battle of Kshatriyas, the sons of Pandu have certainly won the victory and a measure of righteousness that is much greater. Thou wert formerly observant of the virtue of forgiveness. Why wouldst thou not observe it now? Subdue unrighteousness, O thou that art conversant with righteousness. There is victory where righteousness is. Remembering thy own righteousness and the words spoken by thyself, restrain thy wrath, O Gandhari. Do not act otherwise, O thou that art beautiful in speech. Hearing these words, Gandhari said, O Holy One, I do not cherish any ill feelings towards the Pandavas, nor do I wish that they should perish. In consequence, however, of grief for the death of my sons, my heart is very much agitated. I know that I should protect the Pandavas with as much care as Kunti herself protects them, and that Dhritarashtra also should protect them as I should. Through the fault of Duryodhana and of Shakuni the son of Sabala, and through the action of Karna and Dushasana, extermination of the Kurus hath taken place. In this matter the slightest blame cannot attach to Vatsu or to Pritha's son Vikadara, or to Nakula or Sahadeva, or to Yudhishthira himself. While engaged in battle, The Kauravas, swelling with arrogance and pride, have fallen along with many others that came to their aid. I am not grieved at this. But there has been one act done by Bhima in the very presence of Vasudeva that moves my resentment. The high-souled Vrikadara, having challenged Duryodhana to a dreadful encounter with mace, and having come to know that my son, while careering in diverse kinds of motion in the battle, was superior to him in skill, struck the latter below the navel. It is this that moves my wrath. Why should heroes, for the sake of their lives, cast off obligations of duty that have been determined by high-souled persons conversant with every duty? 15. Vshampayana said, hearing these words of Gandhari, Bhimasena, looking like one in fright, said these words for soothing her, be the act righteous or unrighteous, it was done by me through fear and for the object of protecting my own self. It behoveth thee therefore, to forgive me now. Thy mighty son was incapable of being slain by anybody in a fair and righteous battle. It was for this that I did what was unfair. Duryodhana himself had formerly vanquished Yudhishthira unrighteously. He used always to behave guilefully towards us. It was for this that I had recourse to an unfair act. Thy son was then the sole unslain warrior on his side. In order that that valiant prince might not slay me in the mace encounter and once more deprive us of our kingdom, I acted in that way. Thou knowest all that thy son had said unto the princess of Bankala while the latter, in her season, was clad in a single piece of raiment. Without having disposed of Sayadana, it was impossible for us to rule peacefully the whole earth with her seas. It was for this that I acted in that way. Thy son inflicted many wrongs on us. In the midst of the assembly he had shown his left thigh unto Draupadi. For that wicked behavior, thy son deserved to be slain by us even then. At the command, however, of King Yudhishthira the Just, we suffered ourselves to be restrained by the compact that had been made. By this means, O Queen, thy son provoked deadly hostilities with us. Great were our sufferings in the forest, whither we were driven by thy son. Remembering all this, I acted in that way. Having slain Duryodhana in battle, we have reached the end of our hostilities. Yudhishthira has got back his kingdom, and we also have been freed from wrath. Hearing these words of Bhima, Gandhari said, since thou praisest my son thus, for his skill in battle, he did not deserve such a death. He, however, did all that thou tellest me. When Vrishasena, however, had deprived Nakula of his steeds, O Bharata, thou quaffedst in battle the blood from Dushasana's body. Such an act is cruel and is censured by the good. It suits only a person that is most disrespectable. It was a wicked act, O Vrikadara, that was then accomplished by thee. It was undeserving of thee. Bhima replied, saying, it is improper to quaff the blood of even a stranger. What then need be said about quaffing the blood of one's own self? One's brother, again, is like one's own self. There is no difference between them. The blood, however, that I am regarded to have quaffed, did not, O mother, pass down my lips and teeth. Kanna knew this well. My hands only were smeared with Dushasana's blood. Seeing Nakula deprived of his steeds by Vrishasena in battle, I caused the rejoicing Kaurava brothers to be filled with dread. When after the match at ice the tresses of Draupadi were seized, I uttered certain words in rage. Those words are still in my remembrance. I would, for all years to come, have been regarded to have swerved from the duties of a Kshatriya if I had left that vow unaccomplished. It was for this, O Queen, that I did that act. It behoveth thee not, O Gandhari, to impute any fault to me. Without having restrained thy sons in former days, doth it behove thee to impute any fault to our innocent selves? Gandhari said, unvanquished by anyone, thou hast slain 100 sons of this old man. Oh, why didst thou not spare, O child, even one son of this old couple deprived of kingdom, one whose offences were lighter. Why didst thou not leave even one crutch for this blind couple? O child, although thou livest unharmed, having slain all my children, yet no grief would have been mine if thou hadst adopted the path of righteousness, in slaying them. Champagnana continued, having said these words, Gandhari, filled with wrath at the slaughter of all her sons and grandsons, inquired after Yudhishthira, saying, Where is the king? After she had said these words, King Yudhishthira, trembling and with joined hands, approached her and said these soft words unto her, Here is Yudhishthira, O goddess, that cruel slayer of thy sons. I deserve thy curses, for I am the cause of this universal destruction. Oh, curse me! I have no longer any need for life, for kingdom, the wealth. Having caused such friends to be slain, I have proved myself to be a great fool and a hater of the friends. And to Yudhishthira, who spoke such words, who was overcome with fear, and who stood in her presence, Gandhari, drawing long sighs, said nothing. Conversant with the rules of righteousness, the Kuru queen, possessed of great foresight, directed her eyes, from within the folds of the cloth that covered them, to the tip of Yudhishthira's toe, as the prince, with body bent forwards, was about to fall down at her feet. At this, the king, whose nails had before this been all very beautiful, came to have a sore nail on his toe. Beholding this, Arjuna moved away to the rear of Vasudeva, and the other sons of Bandu became restless and moved from one spot to another. Gandhari then, having cast off her wrath, comforted the Pandavas as a mother should. Obtaining her leave, those heroes of broad chests then proceeded together to present themselves to their mother, that parent of heroes. Having seen her sons after a long time, Kunti, who had been filled with anxiety on their account, covered her face with her cloth and began to weep. Having wept for some time with her children, Pritha beheld the wounds and scars of many weapons on their bodies. She then repeatedly embraced and patted each of her sons, and afflicted with grief wept with Draupadi, who had lost all her children and whom she saw lying on the bare earth, indulging in piteous lamentations. Draupadi said, O venerable dame, where have all your grandsons, with Abhimanyu among them, gone? Beholding thee in such distress, why are they delaying in making their appearance before thee? Deprived as I am of my children, what need have I of kingdom? Raising the grief-stricken princess of Pantla, who was weeping thus, Pritha began to comfort that lady of large eyes. Then Kunti, accompanied by the princess of Bantla and followed by her sons, proceeded towards the grief-afflicted Gandhari herself in greater affliction still. Beholding that illustrious lady with her daughter-in-law, Gandhari addressed her, saying, Do not, O daughter, grieve so. Behold, I too am as much stricken with grief as thou. I think this universal destruction has been brought about by the irresistible course of time. Inevitable as it was, this dreadful slaughter has not been due to the voluntary agency of human beings. Even that has come to pass which Vidura of great wisdom foretold after Krishna's supplication for peace had failed. Do not, therefore, grieve in a matter that was inevitable, especially after its occurrence. Having fallen in battle, they should not be grieved for. I am in the same predicament with thee. If thou actest in such a way, who then will comfort us? Through my fault, this foremost of races has been destroyed. Here end the Jalapradanaka Pava in the Stripava. 16. Strivilapapava. Champagnana said, having said these words, Gandhari, though staying on that spot which was distant from the field of battle, beheld, with her spiritual eye, the slaughter of the Kurus. Devoted to her lord, that highly blessed lady had always practiced high vows. Undergoing the severest penances, she was always truthful in her speech. In consequence of the gift of the boon by the great Rishi Vyasa of sanctified deeds, she became possessed of spiritual knowledge and power. Piteous were the lamentations in which that dame then indulged. Endued with great intelligence, the Kuru dame saw, from a distance, but as if from a near point, that field of battle, terrible to behold and full of wonderful sights, of those foremost of fighters, scattered all over with bones and hair, and covered with streams of blood. That field was strewn with thousands upon thousands of dead bodies on every side, covered with the blood of elephants and horses and car warriors and combatants of other kinds. It teemed with headless trunks and trunkless heads, and it resounded with the cries of elephants and steeds and men and women, and abounded with jackals and cranes and ravens and kankers and crows. And it was the sporting ground of Rakshasas subsisting on human flesh. And it swarmed with ospreys and vultures, and resounded with the inauspicious howls of jackals. Then King Dhritarashtra, at the command of Vyasa, and all the sons of Bandu with Yudhishthira at their head, with Vasudeva and all the Kuru ladies, proceeded to the field of battle. Those ladies, bereaved of their lords, having reached Kurukshetra, beheld their slain brothers and sons and sires and husbands lying on the ground, and in course of being devoured by beasts of prey and wolves and ravens and crows and ghosts and Bishaka and Rakshasas and divers other wanderers of the night. Beholding that carnage which resembled the sight seen on the sporting ground of Rudra, the ladies uttered loud shrieks and quickly alighted from their costly vehicles. Witnessing sights the like of which they had never before witnessed, the Brata ladies felt their limbs to be deprived of strength and fell down on the ground. Others became so stupefied that they lost all their senses. Indeed, the Bantla and the Kuru ladies were plunged into unutterable distress. Beholding that dreadful field of battle resounding on every direction with the cries of those grief-stricken ladies, the daughter of Sabala, acquainted with every duty, addressed the lotus-eyed Geshava, that foremost of all men. Witnessing that universal slaughter of the Kurus and filled with grief at the sight, she said these words, "Behold, O lotus-eyed Madhava, these daughters-in-law of mine, deprived of their lords, they are uttering, with dishevelled hair, piteous cries of woe like a flight of she-ospreys. Meeting with those dead bodies, they are calling back to their memories the great Bharata chiefs. They are running hither and thither in large bands towards their sons and brothers and sires and husbands. Behold, O mighty armed one, the field is covered with mothers of heroes, all of whom, however, have been bereaved of children. There, those portions again are covered with spouses of heroes, who have, however, been bereaved of their spouses. Behold, the field of battle is adorned with those tigers among men, Bhishma and Karna and Abhimanyu and Drona and Drupada and Sholya, as if with blazing fires. Behold, it is adorned also with the golden coats of mail, and with the costly gems of high-souled warriors, and with the rangadas, and kiras and garlands. Behold, it is strewn with darts and spiked clubs hurled by heroic hands, and swords and divers kinds of keen shafts and bows. Beasts of prey, assembled together, are standing or sporting or lying down as it likes them. Behold, O puissant hero, the field of battle is even such. At this sight, O Janardana, I am burning with grief. In the destruction of the Panchalas and the Kurus, O slayer of Manu, I think, the 5 elements, of which everything is made, have been destroyed. Fierce vultures and other birds, in thousands, are dragging those blood-dyed bodies, and seizing them by their armor, are devouring them. Who is there that could think of the death of such heroes as Jayadratha and Karna and Drona and Bhishma and Abhimanyu? Alas, though incapable of being slain, they have yet been slain, O destroyer of Madhu. Behold, vultures and cankers and ravens and hawks and dogs and jackals are feasting upon them. There, those tigers among men, that fought on Duryodhana's side, and took the field in wrath, are now lying like extinguished fires. All of them are worthy of sleeping on soft and clean beds. But, alas, plunged into distress, they are sleeping today on the bare ground. Bards reciting their praises used to delight them before at proper times. They are now listening to the fierce and inauspicious cries of jackals. Those illustrious heroes who used formerly to sleep on costly beds with their limbs smeared with sandal paste and powdered aloe, alas, now sleep on the dust. These vultures and wolves and ravens have now become their ornaments. Repeatedly uttering inauspicious and fierce cries, those creatures are now dragging their bodies. Delighting in battle, those heroes, looking cheerful, have still beside them their keen shafts, well-tempered swords, and bright maces, as if life has not yet departed from them. Many foremost of heroes, possessed of beauty and fair complexions and adorned with garlands of gold, are sleeping on the ground. Behold, beasts of prey are dragging and tearing them. Others, with massive arms, are sleeping with maces in their embrace, as if those were beloved wives. Others, still cased in armor, are holding in their hands their bright weapons. Beasts of prey are not mangling them, O Janardana, regarding them to be still alive. The beautiful garlands of pure gold on the necks of other illustrious heroes, as the latter are being dragged by carnivorous creatures, are scattered about on every side. There, those fierce wolves, numbering in thousands, are dragging the golden chains round the necks of many illustrious heroes stilled by death. Many, whom bards well trained to their work formerly used, with their hymns and eulogies of grave import, to delight every morning, are now surrounded by fair ladies stricken with grief and weeping and crying around them in woe, O tiger of Vrishani's race. The faces of those beautiful ladies, O Geshava, though pale, look resplendent still, like an assemblage of red lotuses. Those Kuru ladies have ceased to weep, with their respective followers and companions. They are all filled with anxiety. Overwhelmed with sorrow, they are running hither and thither. The faces of those fair ones have, with weeping and anger, become resplendent as the morning sun or gold or burnished copper. Hearing each other's lamentations of incomplete sense, those ladies, in consequence of the loud wails of woe bursting from every side, are unable to catch each other's meaning. Some amongst them, drawing long sighs and indulging in repeated lamentations, are stupefied by grief and are abandoning their life breaths. Many of them, beholding the bodies of their sons, husbands, or sires, are weeping and setting up loud wails. Others are striking their heads with their own soft hands. The earth, strewn with severed heads and hands and other limbs mingled together and gathered in large heaps, looks resplendent with these signs of havoc. Beholding many headless trunks of great beauty, and many heads without trunks, those fair ones have been lying senseless on the ground for a long while. Uniting particular heads with particular trunks, those ladies, senseless with grief, are again discovering their mistakes and saying, "This is not this one's," and are weeping more bitterly. Others, uniting arms and thighs and feet, cut off with shafts, are giving way to grief and losing their senses repeatedly, at the sight of the restored forms. Some amongst the Bharata ladies, beholding the bodies of their lords, bodies that have been mangled by animals and birds and severed of their heads, are not succeeding in recognizing them. Others, beholding their brothers, sires, sons, and husbands slain by foes, are, O destroyer of Madhu, striking their heads with their own hands. Miry with flesh and blood, the earth has become impassable with arms still holding swords in their grasp, and with heads adorned with earrings. Beholding the fields strewn with their brothers and sires, and sons, those faultless ladies, who had never before suffered the least distress, are now plunged into unutterable woe. Behold, O Janardana, those numerous bevies of Dhritarashtra's daughters-in-law, resembling successive multitudes of handsome fillies adorned with excellent manes. What, O Keshava, can be a sadder spectacle for me to behold than that presented by those ladies of fair forms who have assumed such an aspect? Without doubt, I must have perpetrated great sins in my former lives, since I am beholding, O Keshava, my sons and grandsons and brothers all slain by foes. While indulging in such lamentations in grief, Gandhari's eyes fell upon her son, Duryodhana. 17. Vshampayana said, beholding Duryodhana, Gandhari, deprived of her senses by grief, suddenly fell down on the earth like an uprooted plantain tree. Having regained her senses soon, she began to weep, repeatedly uttering loud wails at the sight of her son lying on the bare ground, covered with blood. Embracing her son, Gandhari indulged in piteous lamentations for him. Stricken with grief, and with senses exceedingly agitated, the Kuru queen exclaimed, "Alas, O son! Alas, O son!" Burning with sorrow, the queen drenched with her tears the body of her son, possessed of massive and broad shoulders, and adorned with garlands and collar. Addressing Rishiksha, who stood near, she said, "On the eve of this battle, O puissant one, that has exterminated this race, this foremost of kings, O thou of Vrishani's race, said unto me, in this internecine battle, O mother, wish me victory." When he had said these words, I myself, knowing that a great calamity had come upon us, told him even this, "Tiger among men, there is victory where righteousness is. And since, son, thy heart is set on battle, thou wilt, without doubt, obtain those regions that are attainable by the use of weapons, and sport there, like a celestial." Even these were the words that I then said unto him. I did not then grieve for my son. I grieve, however, for the helpless Dhritarashtra bereaved of friends and kinsmen. Behold, O Madhava, my son, that foremost of warriors, wrathful, skilled in weapons, and irresistible in battle, sleeping on the bed of heroes. Behold the reverses brought about by time. This scorcher of the foes that used of old to walk at the head of all crowned persons now sleepeth on the dust. Without doubt, the heroic Duryodhana, when he sleeps on that bed which is the hero's, hath obtained the most unattainable end. Inauspicious jackals are now delighting that prince asleep on the hero's bed, who was formerly delighted by the fairest of ladies sitting round him. He who was formerly encircled by kings vying with one another to give him pleasure, alas, he, slain and lying on the ground, is now encircled by vultures. He who was formerly fanned with beautiful fans by fair ladies has now fanned by carnivorous birds with flaps of their wings. Possessed of great strength and true prowess, this mighty armed prince, slain by Bhimasena in battle, sleeps like an elephant slain by a lion. Behold Duryodhana, O Krishna, lying on the bare ground, covered with blood, slain by Bhimasena with his mace. That mighty armed one who had in battle assembled together 11 Kshatriyas of troops, O Keshava, hath, in consequence of his own evil policy, been now slain. Alas, there that great bowman and mighty Ka warrior sleeps, slain by Bhimasena, like a tiger slain by a lion. Having disregarded Vidura, as also his own sire, this reckless, foolish, and wicked prince hath succumbed to death, in consequence of his disregard of the old. He who had ruled the earth, without a rival, for 13 years, alas, that prince, that son of mine, sleepeth today on the bare ground, slain by his foes. Not long before, O Krishna, I beheld the earth, full of elephants and kine and horses, ruled by Duryodhana. Today, O thou of mighty arms, I see her ruled by another, and destitute of elephants and kine and horses. What need have I, O Madhava, of life? Behold, again, this sight that is more painful than the death of my son, the sight of these fair ladies weeping by the side of the slain heroes. Behold, O Krishna, the mother of Lakshmana, that lady of large hips, with her dresses dishevelled, that dear spouse of Duryodhana, resembling a sacrificial altar of gold. Without doubt, this damsel of great intelligence, while her mighty armed lord was formerly alive, used to sport within the embrace of her lord's handsome arms. Why, indeed, does not this heart of mine break into 100 fragments at the sight of my son and grandson slain in battle? Alas, that faultless lady now smells the head of her son covered with blood. Now, again, that lady of fair thighs is gently rubbing Duryodhana's body with her fair hand. At one time she is sorrowing for her lord, and at another for her son. At one time she looketh on her lord, at another on her son. Behold, O Madhava, striking her head with her hands, she falls upon the breast of her heroic spouse, the king of the Kuras. Possessed of complexion like that of the filaments of the lotus, she still looketh beautiful like a lotus. The unfortunate princess now rubbeth the face of her son and now that of her lord. If the scriptures and the Shrutis be true, without doubt, this king has obtained those regions of blessedness that one may win by the use of weapons. 18. Gandhari said, Behold, O Madhava, my century of sons, incapable of fatigue, from exertion in battle, have all been slain by Bhimasena with his mace in battle. That which grieves me more today is that these my daughters-in-law, of tender years, deprived of sons and with dishevelled hair, are wandering on the field today. Alas, they who formerly walked only on the terraces of goodly mansions with feet adorned with many ornaments, are now, in great affliction of heart, obliged to touch with those feet of theirs this hard earth, miry with blood. Reeling in sorrow, they are wandering like inebriated persons, driving away vultures and jackals and crows with difficulty. Behold, that lady of faultless limbs and slender waist, seeing this terrible carnage, falleth down, overwhelmed with grief. Beholding this princess, this mother of Lakshmana, O thou of mighty arms, my heart is torn with grief. These beautiful ladies of fair arms, some seeing their brothers, some their husbands, and some their sons, lying down in death on the bare ground, are themselves falling down, seizing the arms of the slain. Listen, O unvanquished one, to the loud wails of those elderly ladies and those others of middle age at sight of this terrible carnage. Supporting themselves against broken boxes of cars and the bodies of slain elephants and steeds, behold, O thou of great might, those ladies, worn out with fatigue, are resting themselves. Behold, O Krishna, someone amongst them, taking up some kinsman's severed head decked with beautiful nose and earrings, is standing in grief. I think, O sinless one, that both those and myself of little understanding must have committed great sins in our former lives, since, O Janardana, all our relatives and kinsmen have thus been slain by King Yudhishthira the Just. Our acts, righteous or unrighteous, cannot go for nothing, O thou of Vrishani's race. Behold, O Madhava, those young ladies of beautiful bosoms and abdomen, well-born, possessed of modesty, having black eyelashes and tresses of the same colour on their heads, endued with voice sweet and dew-like that of swans, are falling down, deprived of their senses in great grief and uttering piteous cries like flights of cranes. Behold, O lotus-eyed hero, their beautiful faces resembling full-blown lotuses, are scorched by the sun. Alas, O Vasudeva, the wives of my proud children possessed of prowess like that of infuriated elephants, are now exposed to the gaze of common people. Behold, O Govinda, the shields decked with 100 moons, the standards of solar refulgence, the golden coats of mail, and the collars and cuirasses made of gold, and the headgears of my sons, scattered on the earth, ablazing with splendor like sacrificial fires over which have been poured libations of clarified butter. There, Dushasana sleepeth, felled by Bhima, and the blood of all his limbs quaffed by that heroic slayer of foes. Behold that other son of mine, O Madhava, slain by Bhima with his mace, impelled by Draupadi, and the recollection of his woes at the time of the match at dice. Addressing the dice-won princess of Bankala in the midst of the assembly, this Dushasana, desirous of doing what was agreeable to his elder brother as also to Kanha, O Janardana, had said, Thou art now the wife of a slave. With Sahadeva and Nakula and Arjuna, O lady, enter our household now. On that occasion, O Krishna, I said unto King Duryodhana, O son, cast off from thy side the wrathful Shakuni. Know that thy maternal uncle is of very wicked soul and exceedingly fond of quarrel. Casting him off without delay, make peace with the Pandavas, O son. O thou of little intelligence, thinkest thou not of Bhimasena filled with wrath? Thou art piercing him with thy wordy shafts like a person striking an elephant with burning brands. Alas, disregarding my words, he vomited his wordy poison at them, like a snake vomiting its poison at a bull, at them who had already been pierced with his wordy darts. There, that Dushasana sleepeth, stretching his two massive arms, slain by Bhimasena like a mighty elephant by a lion. The very wrathful Bhimasena perpetrated a most horrible act by drinking in battle the blood of his foe. 19. Gandhari said, There, O Madhava, my son Vikarna, applauded by the wise, lieth on the bare ground, slain by Bhima and mangled horribly. Deprived of life, O slayer of Madhu, Vikarna lieth in the midst of, slain, elephants like the moon in the autumnal sky surrounded by blue clouds. His broad palm, cased in leathern fence, and scarred by constant wielding of the bow, is pierced with difficulty by vultures desirous of feeding upon it. His helpless young wife, O Madhava, is continually endeavouring, without success, to drive away those vultures desirous of feeding on carrion. The youthful and brave and handsome Vikarna, O bull among men, brought up in luxury and deserving of every kind of weal, now sleepeth amid the dust, O Madhava. Though all his vital parts have been pierced with cloth-yard shafts and bearded arrows and nalikas, yet that beauty of person which was his hath not forsaken this best of the Bharatas. There, my son Dharmaka, that slayer of large band of foes, sleepeth, with face towards the enemy, slain by the heroic Bhimasena in observance of his vow. His face, O Krishna, half eaten away by beasts of prey, looketh more handsome, O child, even like the moon on the 7th day of the lighted fortnight. Behold, O Krishna, the face of that heroic son of mine, which is even such. How could that son of mine be slain by foes and thus made to eat the dust? O amiable one, how could that Dharmaka, before whom no foe could stand, be slain by foes, O subjugator of celestial regions? Behold, O slayer of Madhu, that other son of Dhritarashtra, Citrasana, slain and lying on the ground, that hero who was the model of all bowmen. Those young ladies, afflicted with grief and uttering piteous cries, are now sitting, with beasts of prey, around his fair form adorned with wreaths and garlands. These loud wails of woe, uttered by women, and these cries and roars of beasts of prey, seem exceedingly wonderful to me, O Krishna. Youthful and handsome, and always waited upon and served by the most beautiful ladies, my son Vaivangsati, O Madhava, sleepeth there, stained with dust. His armour hath been pierced with arrows. Slain in the midst of the carnage, alas, the heroic Vaivangsati is now surrounded and waited upon by vultures. Having in battle penetrated the ranks of the Pandava army, that hero now layeth on the bed of a hero, on the bed, that is, of an exalted Kshatriyu. Behold, O Krishna, his very beautiful face, with a smile playing on it, adorned with excellent nose and fair eyebrows, and resembling the resplendent moon himself. Formerly a large number of the most beautiful ladies used to wait upon him, like thousands of celestial girls upon a sporting Gandharva. Who again could endure my son Dasahar, that slayer of heroic foes, that hero, that ornament of assemblies, that irresistible warrior, that resister of foes? The body of Dasahar, covered with arrows, looks resplendent like a mountain overgrown with flowering kankaras. With his garland of gold and his bright armor, Dasahar, though deprived of life, looks resplendent yet, like a white mountain of fire. 20. Gandhari said, he whose might and courage were regarded, O Keshava, as a 1.5 times superior to those of his sire and thee, he who resembled a fierce and proud lion, he who, without a follower, alone pierced the impenetrable array of my son, he who proved to be the death of many, alas, he now sleepeth there, having himself succumbed to death. I see, O Krishna, the splendor of that son of Arjuna, of that hero of immeasurable energy, Abhimanyu, hath not been dimmed even in death. There, the daughter of Virata, the daughter-in-law of the wielder of Gandhaiva, that girl of faultless beauty overwhelmed with grief at sight of her heroic husband, is indulging in lamentations. That young wife, the daughter of Virata, approaching her lord, is gently rubbing him, O Krishna, with her hand. Formerly, that highly intelligent and exceedingly beautiful girl, inebriated with honeyed wines, used bashfully to embrace her lord, and kiss the face of Subhadra's son, that face which resembled a full-blown lotus and which was supported on the neck adorned with 3 lines like those of a conch shell. Taking off her lord's golden coat of mail, O hero, that damsel is gazing now on the blood-dyed body of her spouse. Beholding her lord, O Krishna, that girl addresses thee and says, O lotus-eyed one, this hero whose eyes resembled thine, hath been slain. In might and energy, and prowess also, he was thy equal, O sinless one. He resembled thee very much in beauty. Yet he sleeps on the ground, slain by the enemy. Addressing her own lord, the damsel says again, Thou wert brought up in every luxury. Thou used to sleep on soft skins of the rank-o deer. Alas, does not thy body feel pain today by lying thus on the bare ground? Stretching thy massive arms adorned with golden angadas, resembling a couple of elephants' trunks and covered with skin hardened by frequent use of the bow, thou sleepest, O Lord, in peace, as if exhausted with the toil of too much exercise in the gymnasium. Alas, why dost thou not address me that am weeping so? I do not remember to have ever offended thee. Why dost thou not speak to me then? Formerly, thou used to address me even when thou wouldst see me at a distance. O reverend sir, whither wilt thou go, leaving behind thee the much respected Subhadra, these thy sires that resemble the very celestials, and my own wretched self distracted with woe? Behold, O Krishna, gathering with her hands the blood-dyed locks of her lord and placing his head on her lap, the beautiful damsel is speaking to him as if he were alive. How couldst those great Ka warriors slay thee in the midst of battle, thee that art the sister's son of Vasudeva and son of the wielder of Gandhaiva? Alas, fie on those warriors of wicked deeds, Kripa and Karna and Jayadratha and Drona and Drona's son, by whom thou wert deprived of life. What was the state of mind of those great Ka warriors at that time when they surrounded thee, a warrior of tender years, and slew thee to my grief? How couldst thou, O hero, who had so many protectors, be slain so helplessly in the very sight of the Pandavas and the Panchalas? Beholding thee, O hero, slain in battle by many persons united together, how is that tiger among men, that son of Pandu, thy sire, able to bear the burden of life? Neither the acquisition of a vast kingdom nor the defeat of their foes conduces to the joy of the pathers bereft of thee, O lotus-eyed one. By the practice of virtue and self-restraint, I shall very soon repair to those regions of bliss which thou hast acquired by the use of weapons. Protect me, O hero, when I repair to those regions. When one's hour does not come, one cannot die, since, wretched that I am, I still draw breath after seeing thee slain in battle. Having repaired to the region of the Pythrus, whom else, like me, dost thou address now, O tiger among men, in a sweet words mingled with smiles? Without doubt, thou wilt agitate the hearts of the Apsaras in heaven, with thy great beauty and thy soft words mingled with smiles. Having obtained the regions reserved for persons of righteous deeds, thou art now united, O son of Subhadra, with the Apsaras. While sporting with them, recollect at times my good acts towards thee. Thy union with me in this world had, it seems, been ordained for only 6 months, for in the 7th, O hero, thou hast been bereft of life. O Krishna, the ladies of the royal house of Matsya are dragging away the afflicted Uttara, baffled of all her purposes, while lamenting in this strain. Those ladies, dragging away the afflicted Uttara, themselves still more afflicted than that girl, are weeping and uttering loud wails at sight of the slain Virata. Mangled with the weapons and shafts of Drona, prostrate on the ground, and covered with blood, Virata is encompassed by screaming vultures and howling jackals and crowing ravens. Those black-eyed ladies, approaching the prostrate form of the Matsya king over which carnivorous birds are uttering cries of joy, are endeavouring to turn the body. Weakened by grief and exceedingly afflicted, they are unable to do what they intend. Scorched by the sun, and worn out with exertion and toil, their faces have become colourless and pale. Behold also, O Madhava, those other children besides Abhimanyu, Uttara, Sudakshina the prince of the Kambajas, and the handsome Lakshmana, all lying on the field of battle. 21. Gandhari said, to the mighty Karna, that great bowman, lieth on the ground. In battle he was like a blazing fire. That fire, however, hath now been extinguished by the energy of Patha. Behold, the Kartana's son Karna, after having slain many Uttaratas, has been prostrated on the bare ground, and is drenched with blood. Wrathful and possessed of great energy, he was a great bowman and a mighty car-warrior. Slain in battle by the wielder of Gandhiva, that hero now sleepeth on the ground. My sons, those mighty car-warriors, from fear of the Pandavas, fought, placing Karna at the head, like a herd of elephants with its leader to the fore. Alas, like a tiger slain by a lion, or an elephant by an infuriated elephant, that warrior hath been slain in battle by Savyasi. Assembled together, O tiger among men, the wives of that warrior, with dishevelled dresses and loud wails of grief, are sitting around that fallen hero. Filled with anxiety caused by the thoughts of that warrior, King Yudhishthira that just could not, for 13 years, obtain a wink of sleep. Incapable of being checked by foes in battle like Maghavat himself who is invincible by enemies, Karna was like the all-destroying fire of fierce flames at the end of the Yuga, and immovable like Himavat himself. That hero became the protector of Dhritarashtra's son, O Madhava. Alas, deprived of life, he now layeth on the bare ground, like a tree prostrated by the wind. Behold, the wife of Karna and mother of Vrishasana is indulging in piteous lamentations and crying and weeping and falling upon the ground. Even now she exclaims, without doubt, thy preceptor's curse hath pursued thee. When the wheel of thy car was swallowed up by the earth, the cruel Dhananjaya cut off thy head with an arrow. Alas, fie, on the heroism and skill. That lady, the mother of Sushna, exceedingly afflicted and uttering cries of woe, is falling down, deprived of her senses, at the sight of the mighty armed and brave Kana prostrated on the earth, with his waist still encircled with a belt of gold. Carnivorous creatures, feeding on the body of that illustrious hero, have reduced it to very small dimensions. The sight is not gladdening, like that of the moon on the 14th night of the dark fortnight. Falling down on the earth, the cheerless dame is rising up again. Burning with grief on account of the death of her son also, she cometh and smelleth the face of her lord. 22. Gandhari said, slain by Bhimsena, behold, the lord of Avanti lies there. Vultures and jackals and crows are feeding upon that hero. Though possessed of many friends, he lies now perfectly friendless. Behold, O slayer of Madhu, having made a great slaughter of foes, that warrior is now lying on the bed of a hero, covered with blood. Jackals and cankers, and other carnivorous creatures of diverse kinds, are dragging him now. Behold the reverses brought about by time. His wives, assembled together, and crying in grief, are sitting around that hero who in life was a terrible slayer of foes, but who now lies on the bed of a hero. Behold, Bratipa's son Balika, that mighty bowman possessed of great energy, slain with a board-headed shaft, is now lying on the ground like a sleeping tiger. Though deprived of life, the colour of his face is still exceedingly bright, like that of the moon at full, risen on the 15th day of the lighted fortnight. Burning with grief on account of the death of his son, and desirous of accomplishing his vow, Indra's son, Arjuna, hath slain the son of Vridakshatra. Behold the Jayadratha, who was protected by the illustrious Drona, slain by Partha, bent on accomplishing his vow, after penetrating through 11 Ikshoinis of troops. Inauspicious vultures, O Janardana, are feeding upon Jayadratha, the lord of the Sindhu Saviras, full of pride and energy. Though sought to be protected by his devoted wives, see, O Asayuta, carnivorous creatures are dragging his body away to a jungle in the vicinity. The Kamboa and Yavanna wives of that mighty armed lord of the Sindhus and the Saviras are waiting upon him for protecting him from the wild beasts. At that time, O Janardana, when Jayadratha, assisted by the Kikayas, endeavoured to ravish Draupadi, he deserved to be slain by the Pandavas. From regard, however, for Dashala, they set him free on that occasion. Why, O Krishna, did they not show some regard for that Dashala once more? That daughter of mine, of tender years, is now crying in grief. She is striking her body with her own hands and censuring the Pandavas. What, O Krishna, can be a greater grief to me than that my daughter of tender years should be a widow and all my daughters-in-law should become lordless? Alas, alas, behold, my daughter Dashala, having cast off her grief and fears, is running hither and thither in search of the head of her husband. He who had checked all the Pandavas desirous of rescuing their son, after causing the slaughter of a vast force, at last himself succumbed to death. Alas, those wives of his, with faces as beautiful as the moon, are crying, sitting around that irresistible hero who resembled an infuriated elephant. 23. Gandhari said, there lies Sholya, the maternal uncle himself of Nakula, slain in battle, O sire, by the pious and virtuous Yudhishthira. He used everywhere, O bull among men, to boast of his equality with thee. That mighty car warrior, the ruler of the Madras, now layeth, deprived of life. When he accepted the drivership of Karna's car in battle, he sought to damp the energy of Karna for giving victory to the sons of Pandu. Alas, alas, behold the smooth face of Sholya, beautiful as the moon, and adorned with eyes resembling the petals of the lotus, eaten away by crows. There, the tongue of that king, of the complexion of heated gold, rolling out of his mouth, is, O Krishna, being eaten away by carnivorous birds. The ladies of the royal house of Madra, uttering loud wails of woe, are sitting around the body of that king, their tournament of assemblies, deprived of life by Yiddish Thera. Those ladies are sitting around that fallen hero like a herd of she-elephants in their season around their leader sunk in a slough. Behold the brave Shaulier, that giver of protection, that foremost of car warriors, stretched on the bed of heroes, his body mangled with shafts. There, King Bagadatta of great prowess, the ruler of a mountainous kingdom, the foremost of all wielders of the elephant hook, lieth on the ground, deprived of life. Behold the garland of gold that he still wears on his head, looketh resplendent. Through the body is being eaten away by beasts of prey, that garland still adorns the fair locks on his head. Fierce was the battle that took place between this king and Patha, making the very hair stand on end, like that between Chakra and the Ajuravritara. This mighty armed one, having fought Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, and having reduced him to great straits, was at last slain by his antagonist. He who had no equal on earth in heroism and energy, that achiever of terrible feats in battle, Bhishma, lieth there, deprived of life. Behold the son of Shantanu, O Krishna, that warrior of solar refulgence, stretched on the earth, like the sun himself fallen from the firmament at the end of the Yuga. Having scorched his foes with the fire of his weapons in battle, that valiant warrior, that son among men, O Keshava, hath set like the real sun at evening. Behold that hero, O Krishna, who in knowledge of duty was equal to Devapi himself, now lying on a bed of arrows, so worthy of heroes. Having spread his excellent bed of barbed and unbarbed arrows, that hero layeth on it like the divine Skanda on a clump of heath. Indeed, the son of Gang lieth, resting his head on that excellent pillow, consisting of 3 arrows, becoming complement of his bed, given him by the wielder of Gandiva. For obeying the command of his sire, this illustrious one drew up his vital seed. Unrivaled in battle, that son of Shantanu layeth there, O Madhava. Of righteous soul and acquainted with every duty, by the aid of his knowledge relating to both the worlds, that hero, though mortal, is still bearing his life like an immortal. When Shantanu's son lieth today, struck down with arrows, it seems that no other person is alive on earth that possesseth learning and prowess that is competent to achieve great feats in battle. Truthful in speech, this righteous and virtuous hero, solicited by the Pandavas, told them the means of his own death. Alas, he who had revived the line of Kuru that had become extinct, that illustrious person possessed of great intelligence, hath left the world with all the Kurus in his company. Of whom, O Madhava, will the Kurus inquire of religion and duty after that bull among men, Devavrata, who resembles a god, shall have gone to heaven? Behold Drona, that foremost of Brahmanas, that preceptor of Arjuna, of Satyaki, and of the Kurus, lying on the ground. Endued with mighty energy, Drona, O Madhava, was as conversant with the 4 kinds of arms as the chief of the celestials or Shakra of Bhrigu's race. Through his grace, Vatsa the son of Pandu, hath achieved the most difficult feats. Deprived of life, he now lies on the ground. Weapons refuse to come, at last, at his bidding. Placing him at the head, the Kauravas had challenged the Pandavas. That foremost of all wielders of weapons was at last mangled with weapons. As he careered in battle, scorching his foes in every direction, his course resembled that of a blazing conflagration. Alas, deprived of life, he now layeth on the ground, like an extinguished fire. The handle of the bow is yet in his grasp. The leathern fences, O Madhava, still encase his fingers. Though slain, he still looketh as if alive. The 4 Vedas, and all kinds of weapons, O Keshava, did not abandon that hero even as these do not abandon the Lord Prajapati himself. His auspicious feet, deserving of every adoration and adored as a matter of fact by bards and eulogists and worshipped by disciples, and now being dragged by jackals. Deprived of her senses by grief, Grippi woefully attendeth, O slayer of Madhu, on that Drona who hath been slain by Drupada's son. Behold that afflicted lady, fallen upon the earth, with dishevelled hair and face hanging down. Alas, she attendeth in sorrow upon her lifeless lord, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, lying on the ground. Many Brahmacharis, with matted locks on their head, are attending upon the body of Drona that is cased in armour through and through, O Keshava, with the shafts of Adrishtadama. The illustrious and delicate Grippi, cheerless and afflicted, is endeavouring to perform the last rites on the body of her lord slain in battle. There, those reciters of Samas, having placed the body of Drona on the funeral pyre and having ignited the fire with due rites, are singing the three well-known Samas. Those Brahmacharis, with matted locks on their heads, have piled the funeral pyre of that Brahmana with bows and darts and carboxes, O Madhava. Having collected diverse other kinds of shafts, that hero of great energy is being consumed by them. Indeed, having placed him on the pyre, they are singing and weeping. Others are reciting the three well-known Samas that are used on such occasions. Consuming Drona on that fire, like fire in fire, those disciples of his of the regenerate class are proceeding towards the banks of the Ganga, along the left side of the pyre and having placed Grippi at the head. 24. Gandhari said, Behold the son of Somadatta, who was slain by Ayudhana, pecked at and torn by a large number of birds. Burning with grief at the death of his son, Somadatta, O Janardana, as he lies there, seems to censure the great bowman Ayudhana. The mother of Bharishriva, that faultless lady, overcome with grief, is addressing her lord Somadatta, saying, By good luck, O king, thou seest not this terrible carnage of the Bharatas, this extermination of the Kuras, this sight that resembles the scenes occurring at the end of the Yuga. By good luck, thou seest not thy heroic son, who bore the device of the sacrificial stake on his banner and who performed numerous sacrifices with profuse presents to all, slain on the field of battle. By good luck, thou hearest not those frightful wails of woe uttered amidst this carnage by thy daughters-in-law like the screams of a flight of cranes on the bosom of the sea. Thy daughters-in-law, bereaved of both husbands and sons, are running hither and thither, each clad in a single piece of raiment and each with her black dresses all dishevelled. By good luck, thou seest not thy son, that tiger among men, deprived of one of his arms, overthrown by Arjuna, and even now in course of being devoured by beasts of prey. By good luck, thou seest not today thy son slain in battle, Ambarishriva deprived of life, and thy widowed daughters-in-law plunged into grief. By good luck, thou seest not the golden umbrella of that illustrious warrior who had the sacrificial stake for the device on his banner, torn and broken on the terrace of his car. The black-eyed wives of Bharishriva are indulging in piteous lamentations, surrounding their lord slain by Satyaki. Afflicted with grief on account of the slaughter of their lords, those ladies, indulging in copious lamentations, are falling down on the earth with their faces towards the ground, and slowly approaching thee, O Keshava. Alas, why did Arjuna of pure deeds perpetrate such a censurable act, since he struck off the arm of a heedless warrior who was brave and devoted to the performance of sacrifices? Alas, Satyaki did an act that was still more sinful, for he took the life of a person of restrained soul while sitting in the observance of the pravow. Alas, O righteous one, thou liest on the ground, slain unfairly by two foes. Even thus, O Madhava, those wives of Bharishriva are crying aloud in woe. There, those wives of that warrior, all possessed of slender waists, are placing upon their laps the lopped-off arm of their lord and weeping bitterly. Here is that arm which used to invade the girdles, grind the deep bosoms, and touch the navel, the thighs, and the hips of fair women, and loosen the ties of the drawers worn by them. Here is that arm which slew foes and dispelled the fears of friends, which gave thousands of kine and exterminated Kshatriyas in battle. In the presence of Vasudeva himself, Arjuna of unstained deeds, lopped it off thy heedless self while thou wert engaged with another in battle. What, indeed, wilt thou, O Janardana, say of this great feat of Arjuna while speaking of it in the midst of assemblies? What also will the diadem-decked Arjuna himself say of it? Censuring thee in this way, that foremost of ladies hath stopped at last. The co-wives of that lady are piteously lamenting with her as if she were their daughter-in-law. Though the mighty Shakuni, the chief of Gandhras, of prowess incapable of being baffled, hath been slain by Sahadeva, the maternal uncle by the sister's son. Formerly, he used to be fanned with a couple of gold-handed fans. Alas, now, his prostrate form is being fanned by birds with their wings. He used to assume hundreds and thousands of forms. All the illusions, however, of that individual possessed of great deceptive powers, have been burnt by the energy of the son of Pandu. An expert in guile, he had vanquished Yudhishthira in the assembly by his powers of deception and won from him his vast kingdom. The son of Pandu, however, hath now won Shakuni's life breaths. Behold, O Krishna, a large number of birds is now sitting around Shakuni. An expert in dice, alas, he had acquired that skill for the destruction of my sons. This fire of hostility with the Pandavas had been ignited by Shakuni for the destruction of my children as also of himself and his followers and kinsmen. Like those acquired by my sons, O puissant one, by the use of weapons, this one too, however wicked Sult, has acquired many regions of bliss by the use of weapons. My fear, O slayer of Madhu, is that that crooked person may not succeed in fomenting dissensions even there, the region retained by them, between my children, all of whom are confiding and possessed of candour. 25. Gandhari said, Behold that irresistible ruler of the Kambodjas, that bull-necked hero, lying amid the dust, O Madhava, though deserving of being stretched at his ease on Kamboa blankets. Stricken with great grief, his wife is weeping bitterly at sight of his blood-stained arms, which, however, formerly used to be smeared with sandal paste. Indeed, the beauteous one exclaims, even now adorned with beautiful palms and graceful fingers, these two arms of thine resemble a couple of spiked maces, getting within whose clasp joy never left me for a moment. What will be my end, O ruler of men, when I am deprived of thee? Endued with a melodious voice, the Kamboa queen is weeping helplessly and quivering with emotion. Behold that bevy of fair ladies there. Although tired with exertion and worn out with heat, yet beauty leaves not their forms, like the sightliness of the wreaths worn by the celestials although exposed to the Sunday. Behold, O slayer of Madhu, the heroic ruler of the Kalingas lying there on the ground with his mighty arms adorned with a couple of angadas. Behold, O Janardana, those Magadha ladies crying and standing around Jayatsena, the ruler of the Magadhas. The charming and melodious wails of those long-eyed and sweet-voiced girls, O Krishna, are stupefying my heart exceedingly. With all their ornaments displaced, crying, and afflicted with grief, alas, those ladies of Magadha, worthy of resting on costly beds, are now lying down on the bare ground. There, again, those are the ladies, surrounding their lord, the ruler of the Koslas, Prince Brihadbala, are indulging in loud wails. Engaged in plucking from his body the shafts with which it was pierced by Abhimanyu with the full might of his arms, those ladies are repeatedly losing their senses. The faces of those beautiful ladies, O Madhava, through toil and the rays of the sun, are looking like faded lotuses. There, the brave sons of Drishthadima, of tender years and all adorned with garlands of gold and beautiful angadas, are lying, slain by Drona. Like insects on a blazing fire, they have all been burnt by falling upon Drona, whose car was the chamber of the fire, having the bow for its flame and shafts and darts and maces for its fuel. Similarly, the 5 Gikaya brothers, possessed of great courage, and adorned with beautiful angadas, are lying on the ground, slain by Drona and with their faces turned towards that hero. Their coats of mail, of the splendor of heated gold, and their tall standards and cars and garlands, all made of the same metal, are shedding a bright light on the earth like so many blazing fires. Behold, O Madhava, King Drupada overthrown in battle by Drona, like a mighty elephant in the forest slain by a huge lion. The bright umbrella, white in hue of the king of the Panchalas, shines, O lotus-eyed one, like the moon in the autumnal firmament. The daughters-in-law and the wives of the old king, afflicted with grief, having burned his body on the funeral pyre, are proceeding, keeping the pyre to the right. Those ladies, deprived of their senses, are removing the brave and great bowman Drishtaketu, that bull among the cities, slain by Drona. This crusher of foes, O slayer of Madhu, this great bowman, having baffled many weapons of Drona, lieth there, deprived of life, like a tree uprooted by the wind. Alas, that brave ruler of the cities, that mighty Ka warrior Drishtaketu, after having slain thousands of foes, lies himself deprived of life. There, O Hrishikesh, the wives of the ruler of the cities are sitting around his body still decked with fair locks and beautiful earrings, though torn by carnivorous birds. Those foremost of ladies placing upon their laps the prostrate form of the heroic Drishtaketu born of the Dashaha race, are crying in sorrow. Behold, O Hrishikesh, the son, possessed of fair locks and excellent earrings, of that Drishtaketu, hacked in battle by Drona with his shafts. He never deserted his sire while the latter battled with his foes. Mark, O slayer of Madhu, he does not, even in death, desert that heroic parent. Even thus, my son's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, the mighty armed Lakshmana, hath followed his sire Duryodhana. Behold, O Keshava, the 2 brothers of Avanti, Vinda and Danuvinda, lying there on the field, like 2 blossoming shala trees in the spring overthrown by the tempest. Clad in golden armor and adorned with angadas of gold, they are still armed with swords and bows. Possessed of eyes like those of a bull, and decked with bright garlands, both of them are stretched on the field. The Pandavas, O Krishna, with thyself, are surely unslayable, since they and thou have escaped from Drona, from Bhishma, from Karna the son of Vikardana, from Kripa, from Duryodhana, from the son of Drona, from the mighty Ka warrior Jayadratha, from Somadatta, from Vikarna, and from the brave Kritavama. Behold the reverses brought about by time. Those bulls among men that were capable of slaying the very celestials by force of their weapons have themselves been slain. Without doubt, O Madhava, there is nothing difficult for destiny to bring about, since even these bulls among men, these heroes, have been slain by Kshatriya warriors. My sons endued with great activity were, regarded by me as, slain even then, O Krishna, when thou returnest unsuccessfully to Apaplavya. Shantanu's son and their wise Vidura told me then, cease to bear affection for thy children. The interviews of those persons could not go for nothing. Soon, O Janardana, have my sons been consumed into ashes. Vshampayana continued, having said these words, Gandhari, deprived of her senses by grief, fell down on the earth. Casting off her fortitude, she suffered her senses to be stupefied by grief. Filled with wrath and with sorrow at the death of her sons, Gandhari, with agitated heart, ascribed every fault to Keshava. Gandhari said, The Bandevas and the Dhritarashtras, O Krishna, have both been burnt. Whilst they were thus being exterminated, O Janardana, why wert thou indifferent to them? Thou wert competent to prevent the slaughter, for thou hast a large number of followers and a vast force. Thou hadst eloquence, and thou hadst the power for bringing about peace. Since deliberately, O slayer of Madhu, thou wert indifferent to this universal carnage, therefore, O mighty armed one, thou shouldst reap the fruit of this act. By the little merit I have acquired through waiting dutifully on my husband, by that merit so difficult to attain, I shall curse thee, O wielder of the discus and the mace. Since thou wert indifferent to the Kurus and the Bandevas whilst they slew each other, therefore, O Govinda, thou shalt be the slayer of thy own kinsman. In the 36th year from this, O slayer of Madhu, thou shalt, after causing the slaughter of thy kinsmen and friends and sons, perish by disgusting means in the wilderness. The ladies of thy race, deprived of sons, kinsmen, and friends, shall weep and cry even as these ladies of the Bharata race. Vshampayana continued, hearing these words, the high Sud Vasudeva, addressing the venerable Gandhari, said unto her these words, with a faint smile, there is none in the world, save myself, that is capable of exterminating the Vrishnis. I know this well. I am endeavouring to bring it about. In uttering this curse, O thou of excellent vows, thou hast aided me in the accomplishment of that task. The Vrishnis are incapable of being slain by others, be they human beings or gods or Danavas. The Adavas, therefore, shall fall by one another's hand. After he of Dasha's race had said these words, the Bandevas became stupefied. Filled with anxiety, all of them became hopeless of life. 26. The Holy One said, Arise, arise, O Gandhari, do not set thy heart on grief. Through thy fault, this vast carnage has taken place. Thy son Duryodhana was wicked, envious, and exceedingly arrogant. Applauding his wicked acts, thou regardest them to be good. Exceedingly cruel, he was the embodiment of hostilities, and disobedient to the injunctions of the old. Why dost thou wish to ascribe thy own faults to me? Dead or lost, the person that grieves for what has already occurred, obtaineth more grief. By indulging in grief, one increases it twofold. A woman of the regenerate class bears children for the practice of austerities. The cow brings forth offspring for bearing burdens. The mare brings forth her young for acquiring speed of motion. The Shudra woman bears a child for adding to the number of servitors. The Vishya woman for adding to the number of keepers of cattle. A princess, however, like thee, brings forth sons for being slaughtered. Vshampayana said, hearing these words of Vasudeva that were disagreeable to her, Gandhari, with heart exceedingly agitated by grief, remained silent. The royal sage Dhritarashtra, however, restraining the grief that arises from folly, inquired of Yudhishthira the just, saying, If, O son of Pandu, thou knowest it, tell me the number of those that have fallen in this battle, as also of those that have escaped with life. Yudhishthira answered, 1,660,020,000 men have fallen in this battle. Of the heroes that have escaped, the number is 240,165. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O mighty armed one, for thou art conversant with everything, what ends have those foremost of men attained? Yudhishthira said, Those warriors of true prowess that have cheerfully cast off their bodies in fierce battle have all attained regions like those of Indra. Knowing death to be inevitable, they that have encountered it cheerlessly have attained the companionship of the Gandharvas. Those warriors that have fallen at the edge of weapons, while turning away from the field or begging for quarter, have attained the world of the Gaikas. Those high-souled warriors who, observant of the duties of kshatriyahood and regarding flight from battle to be shameful, have fallen, mangled with keen weapons, while advancing unarmed against fighting foes, have all assumed bright forms and attained the regions of Brahman. The remaining warriors, that have in anyhow met with death on the precincts of the field of battle, have attained the region of the Uttarakuras. Dhritarashtra said, By the power of what knowledge, O son, thou sayest these things like one crowned with ascetic success? Tell me this, O mighty armed one, if thou thinkest that I can listen to it without impropriety. Yudhishthira said, While at thy command I wandered in the forest, I obtained this boon on the occasion of sojourning to the sacred places. I met with a celestial Rishi Lomasa and obtained from him the boon of spiritual vision. Thus on a former occasion I obtained second sight through the power of knowledge. Dhritarashtra said, It is necessary that our people should burn, with due rites, the bodies of both the friendless and the friended slain. What shall we do with those that have none to look after them and that have no sacred fires? The duties that await us are many. Who are those whose last rites we should perform? O Yudhishthira, will they obtain regions of blessedness by the merit of their acts, they whose bodies are now being torn and dragged by vultures and other birds? Vshampayana continued, thus addressed, Kunti's son Yudhishthira of great wisdom commanded Sudama, the priest of the Kauravas, and Dharmya, and Sanjaya of the Sutta order, and Vijura of great wisdom, and Yuitsu of Kuru's race, and all his servants headed by Indrasena, and all the other suitors that were with him, saying, Cause the funeral rites of the slain, numbering by thousands, to be duly performed, so that nobody may perish for want of persons to take care of them. At this command of King Yudhishthira the Just, Vijura and Sanjaya and Sudama and Dharmya and Indrasena and others, procuring sandal, aloe and other kinds of wood used on such occasions, as also clarified butter and oil and perfumes and costly silken robes and other kinds of cloth, and large heaps of dry wood, and broken cars and diverse kinds of weapons, caused funeral pyres to be duly made and lighted, and then without haste burnt, with due rites the slain kings in proper order. They properly burned upon those fires that blazed forth with libations of clarified butter in torrents over them, the bodies of Duryodhana and his 100 brothers, of Sholya, and King Brishrava, of King Jayadratha and Abhimanyu, O Bharata, of Dashasana's son and Lakshmana, and King Drishtaketu, of Vrihanta and Somadatta, and the hundreds of Srinjayas, of King Kshimadanva and Virata and Drupada, of Shikhandi the prince of Panchalas, and Drishtadama of Prashata's race, of the valiant Yadamanu and Utamur, of the ruler of the Koslas, the sons of Draupadi, and Shakuni the son of Sabala, of Akela and Vrishaka, and King Bhagadatta, of Karna and his son of great wrath, of those great bowmen, the Kakaya princes, and those mighty car warriors, the Trigartas, of Ghatotkaka the prince of Rakshasas, and the brother of Akka, of Alambashur, the foremost of Rakshasas, and King Jalasundha, and of hundreds and thousands of other kings. The Pitri Medday rites in honor of some of the illustrious dead were performed there, while some sang samas, and some uttered lamentations for the dead. With the loud noise of samas and riks, and the lamentations of the women, all creatures became stupefied that night. The funeral fires, smokeless and blazing brightly, amid the surrounding darkness, looked like luminous planets in the firmament enveloped by clouds. Those among the dead that had come from diverse realms and were utterly friendless were piled together in thousands of heaps and, at the command of Yudhishthira, were caused to be burnt by Vidura through a large number of persons acting coolly and influenced by goodwill and affection, on pyres made of dry wood. Having caused their last rites to be performed, the Kuru king Yudhishthira, placing Dhritarashtra at his head, proceeded towards the river Ganga. 27. Vshampayana said, arrived at the auspicious Ganga, full of sacred water, containing many lakes, adorned with high banks and broad shores, and having a vast bed, they cast off their ornaments, upper garments, and belts and girdles. The Kuru ladies, crying and afflicted with great grief, offered oblations of water unto their sires and grandsons and brothers and kinsmen and sons and reverend seniors and husbands. Conversant with duties, they also performed the water rite in honor of their friends. While those wives of heroes were performing this rite in honor of the heroic lords, the access to the stream became easy, although the paths, made by the tread of many feet, disappeared afterwards. The shores of the stream, though crowded with those spouses of heroes, looked as broad as the ocean and presented a spectacle of sorrow and cheerlessness. Then Kunti, O king, in a sudden paroxysm of grief, weepingly addressed her sons in these soft words: that hero and great bowman, that leader of leaders of car divisions, that warrior distinguished by every mark of heroism, who hath been slain by Arjuna in battle, that warrior whom, ye sons of Pandu, ye took forth, suitors child born of Radha, that hero who shone in the midst of his forces like the Lord Surya himself, who battled with all of you and your followers, who looked resplendent as he commanded the vast force of the Duryodhana, who had no equal on earth for energy, that hero who preferred glory to life, that unretiring warrior firm in truth and never fatigued with exertion, was your eldest brother. Offer oblations of water unto that eldest brother of yours who was born of me by the god of day. That hero was born with a pair of earrings and clad in armor, and resembled Surya himself in splendor. Hearing these painful words of their mother, the Pandavas began to express their grief for Karna. Indeed, they became more afflicted than ever. Then that tiger among men, the heroic Yudhishthira, sighing like a snake, asked his mother, that Karna, who was like an ocean having shafts for his billows, his tall standard for his vortex, his own mighty arms for a couple of huge alligators, his large car for his deep lake, and the sound of his palms for his tempestuous roar, and whose impetuosity none could withstand saved Ananjaya, O mother, wert thou the authoress of that heroic being? How's that son, resembling a very celestial, born of thee in former's days? The energy of his arms scorched all of us. How, mother, couldst thou conceal him like a person concealing a fire within the folds of his cloth? His might of arms was always worshipped by the Dharashtras, even as we always worship the might of the wielder of Gandiva. How was that foremost of mighty men, that first of car warriors, who endured the united force of all lords of earth in battle, how was he a son of thine? Was that foremost of all wielders of weapons their eldest brother? How didst thou bring forth that child of wonderful prowess? Alas, in consequence of the concealment of this affair by thee, we have been undone. By the death of Karna, ourselves with all our friends have been exceedingly afflicted. The grief I feel at Karna's death is 100 times greater than that which was caused by the death of Abhimanyu and the sons of Draupadi, and the destruction of the Panchalas and the Kurus. Thinking of Karna, I am burning with grief, like a person thrown into a blazing fire. Nothing could have been unattainable by us, not excepting things belonging to heaven. Alas, this terrible carnage, so destructive of the Kurus, would not have occurred. Copiously indulging in lamentations like these, King Yudhishthira that just uttered loud wails of woe. The puissant monarch then offered oblations of water unto his deceased elder brother. Then all the ladies that crowded the shores of the river suddenly sent up a loud wail of grief. The intelligent king of the Kurus, Yudhishthira, caused the wives and members of Karna's family to be brought before him. Of righteous soul, he performed, with them, the water rite in honor of his eldest brother. Having finished the ceremony, the king, with his senses exceedingly agitated, rose from the waters of Ganga. The end of Sri Parva. The Mahabharata of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 12. Santipava. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Ganguly. 1883 to 1896. Scanned at sacredtexts.com, 2004. Proofed by John Bruner, November 2004. The Mahabharata. Santipava. Section I. Rajadharmanu Sasnapava. Having bowed down to Narayana and Nara, the foremost of male beings, and unto the goddess Saraswati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vaisampayana said, having offered oblations of water unto all their friends and kinsmen, the sons of Pandu, and Vidura, and Dhritarashtra, and all the Bharata ladies, continued to dwell there, on the banks of the sacred stream. The high-souled sons of Pandu desired to pass the period of mourning, which extended for a month, outside the Kuru city. After King Yudhishthira that just had performed the water rites, many high-souled sages crowned with ascetic success and many foremost of regenerate rishis came there to see the monarch. Among them were the island-born Vyasa and Narada, and the great rishi Devala, and Devasthana, and Kanwa. They were all accompanied by best of their pupils. Many other members of the regenerate order, possessed of wisdom and accomplished in the Vedas, leading lives of domesticity or belonging to the Snataka class, came to behold the Kuru king. Those high-souled ones, as they came, were duly worshipped by Yudhishthira. The great rishis then took their seats on costly carpets. Accepting the worship suited to that period of mourning and impurity that was offered them, they sat in new order around the king. Thousands of Brahmanas offered consolation and comfort to that King of Kings residing on the sacred banks of the Bhagirathi with heart exceedingly agitated by grief. Then Narada, after having accosted the rishis with the island born for their first, in due time, addressed Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, saying, through the might of thy arms and the grace of Madhava, the whole earth, O Yudhishthira, hath been righteously won by thee. By good luck, thou hast escaped with life from this dreadful battle. Observant as thou art of the duties of a Kshatriya, dost thou not rejoice, O son of Pandu? Having slain all thy foes, shalt thou not gratify thy friends, O king? Having obtained this prosperity, I hope, grief doth not afflict thee still. Yudhishthira said, indeed the whole earth hath been subjugated by me through my reliance on the might of Krishna's arms, through the grace of the Brahmanas, and through the strength of Bhima and Arjuna. This heavy grief, however, is always sitting in my heart, viz., that through covetousness I have caused this dreadful carnage of kinsmen. Having caused the death of the dear son of Subhadra, and of the sons of Draupadi, this victory, O Holy One, appears to me in the light of a defeat. What wilt Subhadra of Vrishani's race, that sister-in-law of mine, say unto me? What also will the people residing in Dwaraka say unto the slayer of Madhu when he goes thither from this place? This Draupadi, again, who is ever engaged in doing what is agreeable to us, bereaved of sons and kinsmen, is paining me exceedingly. This is another topic, O holy Narada, about which I will speak to thee. In consequence of Kunti having kept her counsels close in respect of a very important matter, great has been my grief. That hero who had the strength of 10,000 elephants, who in this world was an unrivaled car-warrior, who was possessed of leonine pride and gait, who was endued with great intelligence and compassion, whose liberality was very great, who practiced many high vows, who was the refuge of the Dhritarashtras, who was sensitive about his honor, whose prowess was irresistible, who was ready to pay off all injuries and was always wrathful in battle, who overthrew us in repeated encounters, who was quick in the use of weapons, conversant with every mode of warfare, possessed of great skill, and endues with wonderful valor, that Kana was a son of Kunti, born secretly of her, and therefore a uterine brother of ours. Whilst we were offering oblations of water unto the dead, Kunti spoke of him as the son of Surya, possessed of every virtue. That child had been cast into the water. Having placed him in a basket made of light materials, Kunti committed him to the current of Ganga. He who was regarded by the world as a suitor's child born of Radha, was really the eldest son of Kunti and, therefore, our uterine brother. Covetous of kingdom, alas, I have unwittingly caused that brother of mine to be slain. It is this that is burning my limbs like a fire burning a heap of cotton. The white-steeded Arjuna knew him not for a brother. Neither I, nor Bhima, nor the twins, knew him for such. He, however, of excellent bow, knew us for his brothers. We have heard that on one occasion Pritha went to him for seeking our good and addressed him, saying, "Thou art my son." Apostrophe. That illustrious hero, however, refused to obey Pritha's wishes. Subsequently, we are informed, he said unto his mother these words, "I am unable to desert Duryodhana in battle. If I do so, it would be a dishonorable, cruel, and ungrateful act. If, yielding to thy wishes, I make peace with Yudhishthira, people will say that I am afraid of the white-steeded Arjuna. Having vanquished Arjuna with Kusava, therefore, in battle, I will subsequently make peace with Dharma's son." Even these were his words as we have heard. Thus answered, Pritha once more addressed her son of broad chest and said, "Fight Fulgana then, but spare my 4 other sons." The intelligent Gana, with joined hands, then replied unto his trembling mother, saying, "If I get thy 4 other sons even under my power, I will not slay them. Without doubt, O goddess, thou shalt continue to have 5 sons. If Kana be slain with Arjuna, thou shalt have 5. If, on the other hand, Arjuna be slain, thou shalt have 5, numbering me." Desirous of the good of her children, his mother once more said unto him, "Go, O Kana, do good unto those brothers of thine whose good thou always seekest." Having said these words, Pritha took his leave came back to her abode. That hero has been slain by Arjuna, the uterine brother by the brother. Neither Pritha, nor he, had ever disclosed the secret, O Lord. That hero and great bowman was therefore slain by Arjuna in battle. Subsequently I have come to know, O best of regenerate ones, that he was my uterine brother. Indeed, at Pritha's words I have come to know that Kana was the eldest born. Having caused my brother to be slain, my heart is burning exceedingly. If I had both Kana and Arjuna for aiding me, I could have vanquished Vasudeva himself. Whilst I was tortured in the midst of the assembly by the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra, my wrath, suddenly provoked, became cooled at sight of Kana. Even while listening to the harsh and bitter words of Kana himself on that occasion of our match at dice, to the words that Kana uttered from desire of doing what was agreeable to Duryodhana, my wrath became cooled at sight of Kana's feet. It seemed to me that Kana's feet resembled the feet of our mother Kunti. Desirous of finding out the reason of that resemblance between him and our mother, I reflected for a long time. With even my best exertions I failed to find the cause. Why, indeed, did the earth swallow up the wheels of his car at the time of battle? Why was my brother cursed? It behoveth thee to recite all this to me. I desire to hear everything from thee, O Holy One. Thou art acquainted with everything in this world, and thou knowest both the past and the future. Section 2. Vaisampayana said that foremost of speakers, the sage Narada, thus questioned, narrated everything about the manner in which he who was believed to be a suitor's son had been cursed in former days. Narada said, "It is even so, O mighty armed one, as thou sayest, O Bharata. Nothing could resist Karna and Arjuna in battle. This, O sinless one, that I am about to tell thee is known to the very gods. Listen to me, O mighty armed one, as it befell in former days. How all the Kshatriyas, cleansed by weapons, should attain to regions of bliss, was the question. For this, a child was conceived by Kunti in her maidenhood, capable of provoking a general war. Endued with great energy, that child came to have the status of a suitor. He subsequently acquired the science of weapons from the preceptor, Drona, that foremost descendant of Angirasa's race. Thinking of the might of Bhimasena, the quickness of Arjuna in the use of weapons, the intelligence of thyself, O king, the humility of the twins, the friendship, from earliest years, between Vasudeva and the wielder of Gandiva, and the affection of the people for you all, that young man burnt with envy. In early age he made friends with King Duryodhana, led by an accident and his own nature and the hate he bore towards you all. Beholding that Dhananjaya was superior to everyone in the science of weapons, Karna one day approached Drona in private and said these words unto him, I desire to be acquainted with the Brahma weapon, with all its mantras and the power of withdrawing it, for I desire to fight Arjuna. Without doubt, the affection thou bearest to every one of thy pupils is equal to what thou bearest to thy own son. I pray that all the masters of the science of weapons may, through thy grace, regard me as one accomplished in weapons. Thus addressed by him, Drona, from partiality for Falguna, as also from his knowledge of the wickedness of Karna, said, none but a Brahmana, who has duly observed all vows, should be acquainted with a Brahma weapon, or a Kshatriya that has practiced austere penances, and no other. When Drona had answered thus, Karna, having worshipped him, obtained his leave, and proceeded without delay to Rama, then residing on the Mahendra mountains. Approaching Rama, he bent his head unto him and said, I am a Brahmana of Bhrigu's race. This procured honor for him. With this knowledge about his birth and family, Rama received him kindly and said, Thou art welcome. At which Karna became highly glad. While residing on the Mahendra mountains that resembled heaven itself, Karna met and mixed with many Gandharvas, Yakshas, and gods. Residing there he acquired all the weapons duly, and became a great favourite of the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Rakshasas. One day he roved on the sea-coast by the side of that asylum. Indeed, Surya's son, armed with bow and sword, wandered alone. While thus employed, O Partha, he inadvertently slew, without witting it, the home cow of a certain Atra of Brahma who daily performed his Agnihotra rite. Knowing that he had perpetrated that act from inadvertence, he informed the Brahmana of it. Indeed Karna, for the object of gratifying the owner, repeatedly said, O Holy One, I have killed this thy cow without willing it. Forgive me the act. Filled with wrath, the Brahmana, rebuking him, said these words, O thou of wicked conduct, thou deservest to be killed. Let the fruit of this act be thine, O thou of wicked soul. While fighting him, O wretch whom thou always challengest, and for whose sake thou strivest so much every day, the earth shall swallow the wheel of thy car. And while the wheel of thy car shall thus be swallowed up by the earth, thy foe, putting forth his prowess, will cut off thy head, thyself being stupefied the while. Leave me, O vile man. As thou hast heedlessly slain this my cow, even so wilt thy foe cut off thy head while thou shalt be heedless. Though cursed, Karna still sought to gratify that foremost of Brahmanas by offering him kine and wealth and gems. The latter, however, once more answered him, all the words will not succeed in falsifying the words spoken by me. Go hence or remain, do whatever thou likest. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, Karna, hanging down his head from cheerlessness, returned timidly to Rama, reflecting on that matter. Section 3. Narada said, that tiger of Bhrigu's race, viz. Rama, was well pleased with the might of Karna's arms, his affection for him, his self-restraint, and the services he did unto his preceptor. Observant of ascetic penances, Rama cheerfully communicated, with due forms, unto his penance-observing disciple, everything about the Brahma weapon with the mantras for withdrawing it. Having acquired a knowledge of that weapon, Karna began to pass his days happily in Bhrigu's retreat, and endued with wonderful prowess, he devoted himself with great ardour to the science of weapons. One day Rama, of great intelligence, while roving with Karna in the vicinity of his retreat, felt very weak in consequence of the fasts he had undergone. From affection begotten by confidence, the tired son of Jamadani, placing his head on Karna's lap, slept soundly. That while his preceptor was thus sleeping, with head on his lap, a frightful worm, whose bite was very painful and which subsisted on phlegm and fat and flesh and blood, approached the presence of Karna. That blood-sucking worm, approaching Karna's thigh, began to pierce it. Through fear of awaking his preceptor, Karna became unable to either throw away or kill that worm. Though his limb was bored through by that worm, O Bharata, the son of Surya, lest his preceptor should awake, suffered it to do its pleasure. Though the pain was intolerable, Karna bore it with heroic patience, and continued to hold Bhrigu's son on his lap, without quivering in the least and without manifesting any sign of pain. When at last Karna's blood touched the body of Rama of great energy, the latter awoke and said these words in fear, "Alas, I have been made impure. What is this that thou art doing? Tell me, casting off all fear, what is the truth of this matter?" Then Karna informed him of that worm's bite. Rama saw that worm, which resembled a hog in shape. It had 8 feet and very keen teeth, and it was covered with bristles that were all pointed like needles. Called by the name of Alaka, its limbs were then shrunk with fear. As soon as Rama cast his eyes on it, the worm gave up its life breath, melting in that blood which it had drawn. All this seemed wonderful. Then in the welkin was seen a Rakshasa of terrible form, dark in hue, of a red neck, capable of assuming any form at will, and staying on the clouds, his object fulfilled. The Rakshasa, with joined hands, addressed Rama, saying, "O best of ascetics, thou hast rescued me from this hell. Blessed be thou, I adore thee, thou hast done me good." Possessed of great energy, the mighty armed son of Jamadani said unto him, "Who art thou? And why also didst thou fall into hell? Tell me all about it." He answered, "Formerly I was a great Asura of the name of Dancer. In the Krita period, O sire, I was of the same age with Bhrigu. I ravished the dearly loved spouse of that sage. Through his curse I fell down on the earth in the form of a worm. In anger thy ancestors said unto me, subsisting on urine and phlegm, O wretch, thou shalt lead a life of hell. I then besought him, saying, When, O Brahmana, shall this curse end? Bhrigu replied unto me, saying, This curse shall end through Rama of my race. It was for this that I had obtained such a course of life like one of uncleansed soul. O righteous one, by thee, however, I have been rescued from that sinful life." Having said these words, the great Asura, bending his head unto Rama, went away. Then Rama wrathfully addressed Karna, saying, "O fool, no Brahmana could endure such agony. Thy patience is like that of a Kshatriyu. Tell me the truth, without fear." Thus asked Karna, fearing to be cursed, and seeking to gratify him, said these words, "O thou of Bhrigu's race, know me for O Suta, a race that has sprung from the intermixture of Brahmanas with Kshatriyas. People call me Karna, the son of Radha. O thou of Bhrigu's race, be gratified with my poor self that has acted from the desire of obtaining weapons. There is no doubt in this that a reverend preceptor in the Vedas and other branches of knowledge is one's father. It was for this that I introduced myself to thee as a person of thy own race. And to the cheerless and trembling Kana, prostrated with joined hands upon earth, that foremost one of Brugge's race, smiling though filled with wrath, answered, Since thou hast, from avarice of weapons, behaved here with falsehood, therefore, O wretch, this Brahma weapon shalt not dwell in thy remembrance too. Since thou art not a Brahmana, truly this Brahma weapon shall not, up to the time of thy death, dwell in thee when thou shalt be engaged with a warrior equal to thyself. 3. Go hence, this is no place for a person of such false behavior as thou. On earth, no Kshatriya will be thy equal in battle. Thus addressed by Rama, Kana came away, having duty taken his leave. Arriving then before Duryodhana, he informed him, saying, I have mastered all weapons. Section 4. Narada said, having thus obtained weapons from him of Brugge's race, Kana began to pass his days in great joy, in the company of Duryodhana, O bull of Bharata's race. Once on a time, O monarch, many kings repaired to a self-choice at the capital of Chitrangada, the ruler of the country of the Kalingas. The city, O Bharata, full of opulence, was known by the name of Rajapura. Hundreds of rulers repaired thither for obtaining the hand of the maiden. Hearing that diverse kings had assembled there, Duryodhana also, on his golden car, proceeded thither, accompanied by Kana. When the festivities commenced in that self-choice, diverse rulers, O best of kings, came thither for the hand of the maiden. There were amongst them Sisupala and Jarasandha and Bhishmaka and Vikra, and Kapotaraman and Nila and Rukmi of steady prowess, and Sringa who was ruler of the kingdom of females, and Asoka and Satyadanwan and the heroic ruler of the Bhujas. Besides these, many others who dwelt in the countries of the south, and many preceptors, in arms, of the Malatsha tribes, and many rulers from the east and the north, O Bharata, came there. All of them were adorned with golden angadas, and possessed of the splendor of pure gold. Of effulgent bodies, they were like tigers of fierce might. After all those kings had taken their seats, O Bharata, the maiden entered the arena, accompanied by her nurse and a guard of eunuchs. Whilst being informed of the names of the kings, as she made her round, that maiden of the fairest complexion passed by the son of Dhritarashtra, as she had passed others before him. Duryodhana, however, of Kuru's race, could not tolerate that rejection of himself. Disregarding all the kings, he commanded the maiden to stop. Intoxicated with the pride of energy, and relying upon Bhishma and Drona, King Duryodhana, taking up that maiden on his car, abducted her with force. Armed with sword, clad in mail, and his fingers cased in leathern fences, Kana, that foremost of all wielders of weapons riding on his car, proceeded along Duryodhana's rear. A great uproar then took place among the kings, all of whom were actuated by the desire for fight. Put on your coats of mail. Let the cars be made ready. These were the sounds that were heard. Filled with wrath, they pursued Kana and Duryodhana, showering their arrows upon them like masses of clouds pouring rain upon a couple of hills. As they thus pursued them, Kana felled their bows and arrows on the ground, each with a single arrow. Amongst them some became bowlers, some rushed bow in hand, some were on the point of shooting their shafts, and some pursued them, armed with darts and maces. Possessed of great lightness of hands, Kana, that foremost of all smiters, afflicted them all. He deprived many kings of their drivers and thus vanquished all those lords of earth. They then themselves took up the reins of their steeds, and saying, go away, turned away from the battle with cheerless hearts. Protected by Kana, Duryodhana also came away, with a joyous heart, bringing with him the maiden to the city called after the elephant. Section V. Narada said, hearing of the fame of Kana's might, the ruler of the Magadhas, King Jarasandha, challenged him to a single combat. Both conversant with the celestial weapons, a fierce battle took place between them in which they struck each other with the diverse kinds of arms. At last, when their arrows were exhausted and bows and swords were broken and they both became callous, they began, possessed of might as they were, to fight with bare arms. While engaged with him in mortal combat with bare arms, Karna was about to sever the two portions of his antagonist's body that had been united together by Jara. The king of Magadha, then after feeling himself very much pained, cast off all desire of hostility and addressed Karna, saying, I am gratified. From friendship he then gave unto Karna the town Malini. Before this, that tiger among men and subjugator of all foes, viz. Karna, had been king of the Angas only, but from the time the grinder of hostile forces began to rule over Champu also, agreeably to the wishes of Duryodhana, as thou knowest. Thus Karna became famous on earth for the valour of his arms. When, for thy good, the Lord of the Celestials begged of him his natural coat of mail and earrings, stupefied by celestial illusion, he gave away those precious possessions. Deprived of his car rings and divested of his natural armour, he was slain by Arjuna in Vasudeva's presence. In consequence of a Brahmana's curse, as also of the curse of the illustrious Rama, of the boon granted to Kunti and the illusion practiced on him by Indra, of his depreciation by Bhishma as only half a car warrior, at the tail of Rathas and Atiratas, of the destruction of his energy caused by Saliya, with his keen speeches, of Vasudeva's policy, and, lastly,